bring the jurors in?
Just missing one judge.
Okay.
Here, but somewhere in the.
All right.
Okay, ready?
Ahorita no.
All right, for the jury.
Parece.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And defense will take up with your previous questions. So if you could re-ask those questions, and that's where we're starting. You're still under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Garcia Sanchez, when we were talking and took a break, we were discussing your the location of your second injury being at the golf course. And let me ask you the question. Was the second injury, what caused your second injury?
Señor García Sánchez, antes de irnos a un descanso, estábamos hablando sobre su segunda lesión y que la ubicación de donde ocurrió esa segunda lesión fue en el campo de golf. Ahora, déjeme preguntarle, ¿dónde fue esa segunda lesión?
En la espalda baja.
On the lower back.
What caused,
Non-responsive.
what caused it?
All right, objection is overruled. You can ask the question again, counsel.
What caused your injury?
¿Qué le causó?
Levantar un bote de 85, 90 libras cuando yo estaba todavía lastimado de mi primera lesión.
Lifting a container of 85, 90 pounds when I was still injured from my first injury.
All right, and were you able to accomplish the task?
¿Y usted logró cumplir con esa tarea?
Como pude decir,
As best as I could, yes.
And what happened next?
¿Qué ocurrió después?
se me enfrió mi cuerpo y ya no tuve problemas para levantarme al día siguiente.
My body got cold and then I had troubles to get up the next morning.
Well, after trying to lift a heavy object, a water container, did you go back to the office or to the shop, and did you tell your supervisor?
Después de intentar levantar el objeto pesado, el contenedor de agua, ¿usted regresó al taller o regresó a la oficina para tratar de decirle a su jefe?
En ese momento regresé al chat, pero en los fines de semana, ese día no fue mi jefe a trabajar. Nada más trabajábamos 3 horas, nada más para hacer el trabajo, mover la bandera, limpiar la carpa, regresábamos. Ese día yo recuerdo que no fue mi jefe a trabajar, le notificamos al día siguiente, que fue el lunes,
I went back to the shop, but that was a weekend and my boss was not there. On the weekends, we would only work
Object to the
for,
non-responsive and narrative answer. It was a yes or no question.
That'll be sustained.
Did you go directly home after the incident?
usted se fue directamente a casa después del incidente.
Sí, señor, es correcto.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And after you got home, then what else did you do, if anything?
Y después de llegar a casa, ¿qué más hizo si es que hizo algo?
Me llegué a recostar a mi cama y le comenté lo que había sucedido a mi ex esposa en ese momento.
I went to lay down on my bed and I commented what had happened to my ex-wife.
Let me ask you a question about your relationship with your wife prior to your accidents.
Déjeme hacerle una pregunta sobre su relación con su esposa antes de sus accidentes.
Did you have sexual intimacies with your wife normal, regularly prior to the accidents? Were you able to perform?
¿Usted tenía intimidad sexual con su esposa normalmente, con regularidad antes del accidente? ¿Usted podía desempeñarse?
Sí, normalmente sí.
Yes, normally, yes.
And what about after the two accidents that you were telling us about?
¿Y qué tal después de los dos accidentes de los que nos estaba hablando?
Fue diferente, cambió mi vida.
It was different. It changed my life.
Would you still continue having sexual relationships with your wife?
¿Usted aún continuaba teniendo relaciones sexuales con su esposa?
Tratábamos, pero no se podía.
We would try, but no, it was not possible.
Well, can you tell us more about it? Were you in pain, or why you couldn't have them regularly or normally?
No, ¿nos podría decir más al respecto? ¿Usted sentía dolor o qué?
Sí, sintiendo permanente.
Yes, I felt the pain permanently.
And so thereafter, for a period of how long you were having problems in that area with your wife?
Entonces, en lo subsiguiente, ¿durante cuánto tiempo estuvo usted teniendo problemas en esa área?
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. Subsequent to your accidents, how long did it last? Your problems in having intimate relationships with your wife?
Sí, luego del accidente, ¿cuánto tiempo duró el hecho de tener problemas en relaciones íntimas con su esposa?
Fue lo mínimo. No podíamos tener lo que eran las relaciones porque mi lesión de mi espalda baja fue después añadido de que me detectaron diabetes.
It was at a minimum, or we could not have intimate relation because of the pain in my lower back. And then afterwards I was diagnosed with diabetes.
Era lo mínimo, trataba de cumplir, pero no se podía porque empezaba a notar cramps o como me daba como calambres, se me paralizaba la parte de mi pie izquierdo.
It was the minimum. I would try to perform, but I couldn't because I would get cramps. I would feel like cramps on the bottom of my left foot. It would get like paralyzed.
But did this situation last for a few months or a year, over a year, or how long did it last?
Pero esta situación duró por unos cuantos meses o un año, ¿o cuánto duró?
Cuando posiblemente después de entre el 2016 de la segunda lesión hasta septiembre del 2018 yo venía acarreando todo ese problema de mi espalda baja, de mi dolor.
When possibly between 2016 until the second injury, so September 2018, I had been dragging that issue with my lower back.
Después, hubo un litigio entre la compañía y yo, porque la compañía me dejó de pagar.
And afterwards, there was a suit between the company and me because the company stopped paying me.
Los
I'm gonna object
doctores,
to relevance, Your Honor, about a lawsuit between the defendant and his old employer. It's not relevant to this case.
Sustained.
Okay, let me take you to the September 23rd, 2018. And ask you to describe the situation going on between you and your wife around that date, perhaps the day before or around preceding that date as well as that date. Do you remember that?
Bien, déjeme llevarlo a la fecha del 23 de septiembre de 2018. Describa para nosotros cómo era la situación que entre usted y su esposa ese día, o tal vez el día anterior o los días anteriores que conllevaron a esa situación.
extraños. Extraños porque mi ex esposa ya no quería estar en la casa. Se fue al cuarto de Mía y le preguntaba por qué. Entonces ella nomás decía, no quiero estar porque Sebastián no me deja descansar. Yo entré en una etapa donde yo sentí, a pesar de todos los problemas que teníamos, yo sentí algo no normal.
Weird, because my ex-wife did not longer want to be in the bed with me. She had left to Mia's room. She was saying that, no, it's because Sebastian does not let me sleep. And I wanted to get some rest. But at that stage, I was feeling that despite all of the problems, I was suffering. There was something that was not normal.
And but you were still married to Maria Escalante at that point, is that correct?
Pero usted aún estaba casado con María Escalante para ese momento, ¿es así?
Sí.
Yes, sir.
Right, and when was any discussions between you and your wife about divorce or separation?
¿Y cuándo hubo alguna conversación entre usted y su esposa sobre divorcio o separación?
Mi ex esposa siempre me había tenido, como dicen, el pie en la cabeza. Anteriormente de esa acusación que había hecho, ya le había hablado a la policía porque yo quería llevar a mis hijos a México y siempre me tenía conmigo, que le hablaba a la policía y los policías llegaban y le decían, señora, nosotros no somos oficiales, nosotros no somos abogados. Hable con un abogado. Ya está documentado, me acuerdo que era el oficial Parra de León Valley. Vivíamos en el Girendero. Yo simplemente nada más quería llevar a ver a mis hijos a sus parientes de México.
My ex-wife, she's always had like a stern foot on me. She has accused me before with the police. Whenever I wanted to take my kids to Mexico, she would call the police, and the police would come and they would tell her, lady, we are not attorneys. Talk to an attorney. And all of that is documented because I remember it
Sustained.
Now, you were asking your wife to be allowed to take your son to visit relatives in Mexico?
Usted le estaba pidiendo a su esposa que le permitiera llevar a su hijo a visitar familiares en México.
Sí, es correcto con ellos porque ella no quería regresar para México.
Yes, that is correct. To them because she did not want to go back to Mexico.
And but you were not intending to keep your son in Mexico, is that right?
Pero usted no pretendía mantener a su hijo en México, ¿no es así?
No, claro que no.
No, of course not.
And concerning a trip, did you take a trip to Mexico with all of the family?
Y con respecto a un viaje, ¿usted hizo un viaje a México con toda la familia?
Sí, sí hicimos un viaje a México.
And,
Yes, we made a trip to Mexico.
and what year was that?
¿En qué año fue eso?
En el 2015.
In 2015.
And where did you go in Mexico?
¿Y a dónde en México fueron?
A Irapuato, Guanajuato.
To Irapuato, Guanajuato.
And who lives in Irapuato, Guanajuato?
¿Y quién vive en Irapuato, Guanajuato?
Mis abuelitos
My grandparents
y mi mamá.
and my mom.
And what was the purpose of your visit?
¿Y cuál era el propósito de su visita?
Para que me conocieran a mi familia, a mis hijos. Yo estuve aquí 15 años, ilegal, batallado mucho. He sido una persona muy fuerte y hasta la fecha he estado aquí dando la cara a la vista. Por estas cosas más.
So that they could meet me and my family and my kids. I had been 15 years in this country illegally, and I had struggled a lot. I had worked hard, and I am still here showing my face to the DA with this accusation.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the defendant being argumentative with the state in his answer.
Overruled.
But you are now a legal resident, is that correct?
Pero usted ahora es un residente legal, ¿es eso correcto?
Sí,
Yes.
And in Mexico, who did you stay with?
¿Y en México con quién se quedó usted?
en el día del viaje,
On the day of the trip?
In Irapuato, Guanajuato, did you go to a hotel or to a family member's house?
En Irapuato, Guanajuato, ¿usted se quedó en un hotel o se quedó en la casa de familiares?
en la casa de mis abuelitos llegamos. Es muy pequeña, de 2 recámaras. Llegamos ahí nos hospedamos.
At my grandparents' house. It's a very small house, 2 bedrooms, but we arrived there and we stayed there.
And did you drive all the way to Irapuato?
¿Y usted fue manejando a Irapuato?
Sí, en
Yes.
ese momento yo no estaba lastimado. Era el 2015.
Yes, at that time I was not hurt. It was in 2015.
And prior to getting to Irapuato, Guanajuato, did something happen?
Y antes de ir a Irapuato, Guanajuato, ¿ocurrió algo?
Sí, es correcto, nos asaltaron en Nuevo Laredo los Zetas.
Yes, that is correct. We were attacked in Nuevo Laredo by the Zetas.
All right, and did they do something to you, or they took your money, or?
¿Y ellos le hicieron algo a usted? ¿Le agarraron su dinero? O...
Sí, me robaron dinero.
Yes, they stole money.
Okay. And you were able to proceed on your trip thereafter?
¿Y usted logró continuar con su viaje de ahí en adelante?
Sí, es correcto.
Yes, that is correct.
And how long did you stay in Irapuato, Guanajuato?
¿Y cuánto tiempo permanecieron en Irapuato, Guanajuato?
Más o menos aproximadamente como 2 o 3 semanas. No muy bien recuerdo la fecha, pero sí, no duramos como 2 o 3 semanas porque se nos descompuso la camioneta.
More or less approximately 2 to 3 weeks. I don't remember very well the date, but 2 to 3 weeks because our truck broke down.
And the sleeping arrangements in the house, did you all share a room together or did you sleep separately?
¿Y cómo se acomodaron para dormir en la casa? ¿Todos compartían una misma habitación o dormían por separado?
Había 2 recámaras. En una se dormía mi tío que vivía ahí con mis abuelitos y en ese entonces dormimos en el otro cuarto mi abuelita, mía, yo, mi ex esposa, Sebastián y mi mamá. Juntos, ahí en el cuarto.
There were 2 bedrooms. One was for my uncle who was living there with my grandparents. And then in the other bedroom, it was my grandmother, Mia, me, my ex-wife, Sebastian, and my mother, all together in one bedroom.
Were they separate beds as well?
Había camas separadas.
Sí, estaban pequeñas. Recuerdo en una cama se durmió mi abuelita, mía y mi mamá. Y en la otra nos dormimos yo, mi ex esposa y Sebastián.
Yes, they were small. I remember that in one bed, it was my grandmother, Mia, and my mother who slept there. And in the other one, me, my ex-wife, and Sebastian.
And at any point during your stay in Mexico, did you did any inappropriate things with your daughter?
Y en algún momento durante su estancia en México, ¿usted hizo algo inapropiado con su hija?
No,
No.
Did you touch her?
¿Usted la tocó?
no, claro que no. De hecho, mi ex esposa me recriminaba a mí que ya no quería ir para México porque no tuvimos intimidad, intimidad, porque estaba mi abuelita siempre con nosotros. Era como gusto que estábamos ahí porque nos habíamos visitado y pues estaba con nosotros juntos. No tuvimos relaciones sexuales yo y mi ex esposa, por eso decía que no quería ir para allá porque no tuvimos esa intimidad.
No, of course not. Actually, my grandmother was always with us, and my wife would tell me that she didn't want to go back to Mexico because my grandmother was always with us. And it was actually nice because we were visiting and we were always together.
Back to the narrative,
But
it's
I-
like non-responsive.
Overall,
Eh,
I'm sorry.
But I had no sexual intercourse with my wife. That's why she said she didn't want to go back there.
At any point, were you alone with Mia, either in the house or out of the house?
¿En algún momento usted se encontró a solas con Mía, bien sea dentro de la casa o fuera de la casa?
no, porque siempre había parientes ahí, llegaba mi tío, mis otros tíos, estaba mi abuelita, estaba mi mamá, estaba mi ex esposa y de hecho pues yo estaba ocupado porque andaba con mi otro tío tratando de arreglar la camioneta, andábamos en las agencias allá en México, la camioneta la andábamos llevando con el mecánico porque quería yo arreglar la camioneta. En esa estancia dejamos la camioneta en México y nos tuvimos que regresar en el autobús para acá, nuevamente para Estados Unidos.
No, because there were always relatives. There was my uncle, other uncles, my grandmother, my mother, my ex-wife. And actually, I was always busy because I was trying to fix the truck. I was taking it to the shop in Mexico. I was taking it to the mechanic because I wanted to fix the truck. But in that trip, we had to leave the truck back there and we returned to the United States in bus.
And the trip took place in 2015. What month do you recall?
Y el viaje ocurrió en el 2015. ¿En qué mes usted recuerda?
Sí, claro. Fue a finales de diciembre, en las fiestas navideñas. Y regresamos como a la segunda semana, no más recuerdo, de enero, porque se pone muy congestionado, no había tiquetes, tuvimos una mala experiencia. Yo llevaba con todo el cariño para que vieran a mis niños y todo, pero tuvimos una mala experiencia.
Now,
Yes, of course. It was by the end of December. It was for the Christmas holidays. And then we returned about the second week of January because it is a congested time and we could find no tickets, no return tickets, and we had a bad experience. I did it with all the love to take my kids to see the family, but we had a bad experience.
and how old was Mia at that time?
¿Y qué edad tenía Mía en ese momento?
Recuerdo como 7, 8 años.
I don't remember, like 7, 8 years old.
Her date of birth is January 4, 2007. Is that correct?
La fecha de nacimiento
Sí,
debe
señor.
ser 4 de enero de 2007. ¿Es eso correcto?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Did you celebrate her birthday in Mexico?
Celebraron el cumpleaños de ella en México.
No recuerdo muy bien, yo estaba muy ocupado, la verdad, tratando de arreglar la camioneta. Esa era mi intención, arreglarla con mi tío. Yo no tuve mucho casi contacto ahí en la casa porque andábamos tratando de arreglar la camioneta. Recuerdo la última vez que estuve con ellos, fuimos a una iglesia que yo había pedido una manda y la tuve que ir a pagar. Después de ahí que regresamos a la casa, se me descompuso la camioneta. No recuerdo, para serle exacto, la verdad, si hubo un cumpleaños o no.
The interpreter needs to clarify one term. Señor, usted dijo Amanda para una multa.
Una manda, pagar una manda, es como le haces una promesa a una iglesia y tienes que ir a pagar.
I don't remember very well because I was very busy trying to fix the truck. My purpose was to fix the truck, so I had pretty much no contact with them. I remember on the last days, I had to go to church because I had to pay a promise.
Objection, narrative, not responsive to the question asked, which was a yes or no question. Did you celebrate her birthday in Mexico?
Sustained.
How old would Mia have been January the 4th, 2016?
¿Qué edad hubiese cumplido Mía el día 4 de enero de 2016?
Probablemente 10 años.
Probably 10 years old.
Okay. But her birthday for that year had already passed by the time you got back. Is that correct?
Pero el cumpleaños de ella ese año ya había pasado para el momento en que regresaron, ¿no es así?
Sí.
Yeah.
Estuvimos ahí como 2 semanas. Después nos vinimos para San Antonio a principios de enero, como a los 5, 8 días. Más o menos. No tengo exactamente. pero estuvimos ahí.
Now,
Yes. We were there for about 2 weeks. And then we came back to San Antonio at the beginning of January, like on the first 5 or 8 days. I don't remember exactly, but we were there.
now, she says that you touched her and did inappropriate things while she was in Mexico with you and the rest of the family. Why would she say that if it's not true?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you have any explanation as to that?
Objection again calls for speculation.
You can answer that question. It's yes or no question.
Ella dice que cuando estuvieron en México usted la tocó y le hizo cosas inapropiadas con respecto a eso. ¿Tiene usted una explicación con respecto a eso?
No,
No.
And when was Sebastian born?
¿Cuándo nació Sebastián?
Sebastián nació en marzo, 14 de marzo del 2018.
Sebastian was born in March, on March 14, 2018.
2014.
No, I'm sorry, 2014.
And how old was Mia at that point?
¿Y qué edad tenía Mía para ese momento?
Tenía como 10 años.
She was like 10 years old.
Was she born on 2007?
Ella nació en el 2007.
Sí,
And your
Yes.
son was born 2014?
Y su
Sí,
hijo
señor.
nació en el 2014.
Sí,
Yes,
señor.
sir. Yes, sir.
How many years is that?
¿Cuántos años es eso?
no sé contar muy bien, ¿verdad? Pero 10 años, 11 años.
I cannot count very well right now, but 10 years old, 11 years old,
Would 7 years old be more appropriate?
7 años sería más apropiado.
I'm going to object to leading. He's leading his client to give a different answer than the 2 answers he just gave.
All right, sustained.
Si se puede alejar un poco del micrófono, por favor.
Are you nervous?
¿Usted está nervioso?
¿No?
No.
Now, tell us the relationship between you and Mia after your son was born.
Ahora háblenos de la relación entre usted y Mía después de que nació su hijo.
Did that relationship change?
¿Esa relación cambió?
Después,
Afterwards.
All right. Now, how old was your son when the relationship changed, if it did change?
¿Qué edad tenía su hijo cuando la relación cambió? Si es que cambió.
yo noté ese cambio como después de los 2 años y medio a 3.
I noticed that change like after 2.5 years or 3.
And how did you notice that change?
¿Y cómo es que usted notó ese cambio?
Porque mi hija se ponía celosa, que porque le compraba a él cosas, porque le daba más atención. Le digo, pues estaba pequeño nada más y necesito, así como yo te di la atención a ti cuando estabas pequeña, él necesitaba esa atención, pero ella no lo entendía.
Because my daughter got jealous because I would buy things for him, because I would pay more attention to him. But I would tell her it's because he is little, just like I did with you when you were little, and he needed that attention.
Did she resent the attention you gave to your son?
¿Ella resentía la atención que usted le prestaba a su hijo?
Sí,
Yes.
And how did she express her resentment?
¿Y cómo expresaba ella ese resentimiento?
pues, con un berrinche o mala cara, o sea, actitudes malas de ella.
Well, with a tantrum
Una
or a
vez-
long face or bad attitudes from her.
Una vez recuerdo que me dijo a mí que como hubiera querido que yo me muriera y también mi...
Object to the narrative. I believe the defendant just gave his answer.
Overrule, you can answer.
One time she told me that she would have wished for me to die.
Did she want to be the center of attention?
Ella quería ser el centro de atención.
Pues a mí nunca me lo comentó, nomás notaba ese tipo de actitudes de ella. Era rebelde. Yo nada más recuerdo que yo le pedía ayuda a su mamá, a mi ex esposa en este momento, porque tenía mucha presión en estar cuidando a mis hijos y estar tratando de empezar a trabajar. Era muy difícil.
Well, she never made a comment to me about that. I would just notice that attitude of her. She was rebellious, and I remember that I would ask my wife for help, my now ex-wife, because I was under a lot of pressure of taking care of my children and starting a new job.
Now, you expressed that your relationship with your daughter changed 3 years after your son was born. What was your relationship prior to that? Was it a good relationship or not?
Usted indicó que la relación con su hija cambió 3 años después del nacimiento de su hijo. ¿Cómo era su relación con su hija antes de eso? ¿Era una buena relación o no?
Tenía sus momentos, como pienso que todos los niños. Lo que notaba es de que de repente mi ex esposa, no quería que estuviera o que yo tuviera a mis niños, no sé si por miedo a que yo se los quitara o no sé, pero yo percibía de repente eso a veces.
It had its moments, like with every child. What I would notice is that my ex-wife didn't want for me to be with my children because she was like afraid that I would take them away from her. I don't know, but I would perceive those fears.
Prior to your son being born, who was the center of attention for you and your wife?
Antes de que su hijo naciera, ¿quién era el centro de atención de usted y su esposa?
Camila,
Camila.
Did she like the attention?
¿A ella le gustaba la atención?
pues le dábamos lo que se podía atención porque trabajábamos y tratábamos de darle lo que podíamos, no al 100%. La mamá trabajaba y yo trabajaba. Camila estuvo en daycares con unas cuantas cuidadoras de niñas. Era muy tremenda, porque no me las querían las baby series, no sé, era muy tremenda. Batallé con ella.
We would give her the attention that we could.
Attention non-responsive. It was a yes or no question. Does she like attention?
All right, that'd be overruled. You can answer.
we would give her the attention that we could because we would work, both of us. So not at 100%. My wife was working, I was working. Camila attended a daycare and she was with a few child care people, and she was a difficult child. She was difficult because I know that some babysitters didn't want to have her.
I'm going to renew my objection. None of that was responsive to the question, and it was a narrative.
All right, overruled. Ask your next question.
Yes, sir. But after your son was born, did she become more rebellious?
Pero después de que su hijo nació, ella se puso más rebelde.
Después de los 2 años y medio, como le comenté anteriormente,
After the 2.5 years, like I told you before.
Tell me, did she, or tell the jury, did she have tasks to do around the house?
Dígame o dígale al jurado, ella tenía tareas que hacer en el hogar.
¿qué clase de tareas?
What type of tasks?
¿De la escuela
From school
o de la casa? Haceres de la casa.
or from home, from the household chores?
From the
Again,
home.
object non-responsive.
All right,
From the
that'll be
home.
overruled.
From the home.
Del hogar.
Sí,
What,
ella se le decía a diario, no entendía que tenía que limpiar su apartamento o su pieza y no lo hacía.
Yes, she was told daily that she had to clean her apartment or her room. She wouldn't do it.
Cuando terminaba de comer, no quería levantar su plato, no lo quería lavar.
When she
Cosi-
was done eating, she wouldn't want to pick up her plate. She didn't want to wash it.
Cositas que eran simples, porque pues yo en ese tiempo, estamos hablando del 2017, yo estaba lastimado. A mí la compañía me dejó me sacó casi como 1 año, entonces trataba yo de limpiar el apartamento, lo que se podía, pero siempre le decía a ella que tratara de limpiar su cuarto, ayudar en Asboa, que sacara el perro al baño. Era rebelde.
Small things, but they were simple because we are talking about 2017 and I was hurt. And the company had, I was out for 6 months or a year. So I would try to clean the apartment as best as I could. But I would tell her that for her to clean her room, to help out, to take the dog out, for the restroom. She was rebel.
and at some point, you had to be, were you at the house or at the apartment all day long because of your injuries?
¿Y en algún punto estuvo usted en la casa o en el apartamento todo el día completo debido a sus lesiones?
No, yo tenía que ir a terapias. Cuando tuve el primer lesión de la nuca, me dieron una sesión de terapias para estar moviendo lo que es mi hombro, parte de mis cervicales. De hecho, agarré mis vacaciones, como le dije anteriormente. Regresé para atrás el 24 de octubre, que después me lesioné, fue el 30 de octubre. Después de esa lesión de mi espalda, me dieron sesiones para estar yendo a terapia física, quiropráctico, con el quiropráctico.
No, I was going to therapies because after the first injury, when I got hurt in my neck, I had sessions of therapy for moving what is my shoulder and the cervicals. And actually, I took some vacation time. Like I said before, I came back from vacations on October 24th, and then I got the other injury on October 30th. And after that injury, I had therapy sessions and I was going to the chiropractor.
Were you working when you were attending the therapy sessions?
Usted estaba trabajando mientras asistía a las sesiones de terapia.
No, señor.
No, sir.
When did you stop working? When did you stop working because of your injuries?
¿Cuándo dejó usted de trabajar debido a sus lesiones?
Después del 30 de octubre del 2016, al día siguiente, creo que fue el lunes, me hicieron una evaluación de mi lesión de la espalda. No sé qué vieron, nomás el especialista dijo que estaba 6 meses fuera.
After my injury on the 30th of October of 2016, the next day, I think it was on a Monday, I was assessed from my back, and the specialist, I don't know what they saw, but they told me that I had to be out of work for 6 months.
And once you were out of work, aside from therapies, you spend most of your time in the apartment?
Y cuando estuvo fuera del trabajo, aparte de las terapias, usted pasaba la mayoría de su tiempo en el apartamento.
Sí, con mi hijo.
Yes, with my son.
And your son did not go to school, is that right?
Y su hijo no iba a la escuela, ¿es así?
No, él estaba pequeño.
No, he was small.
And Mia spent some of her time at her school, is that right?
Y Mía pasaba parte de su tiempo en la escuela, ¿es así?
Sí,
Yes.
And when you were injured, not able to work in the apartment, what was your relationship with Mia? Is it good or bad, or can you tell us?
Y cuando usted estaba lesionado que no podía trabajar, ¿cómo era su relación con Mía? ¿Era buena, mala? ¿Nos puede decir?
rebelde.
Rebellious.
Okay. Can you tell us why? What was she doing that would make her seem rebellious?
¿Puede decirnos por qué? ¿Qué hacía ella que le parecía que la hacía rebelde?
Pues, hubo 3 o 4 ocasiones. La primera, le pegó a la hija de la babysitter. Y la babysitter fue a reclamarme que Camila le había pegado. La segunda, Camila me echó mentiras que un niño le había pegado. Fui a reclamarle a su mamá y pues el niño no había hecho nada. Hubo un problema en el bus, en la escuela, no sé qué, algo, no sé, de actitud de ella, pero sí era rebelde en cuestión. Lo que le decía a ella que se calmara, que se tranquilizara. Obviamente yo siempre le dije que fuera una persona fuerte y que no se dejara si alguien la provocaba o algo, pero yo le daba consejos a ella. A partir de ahí ya no se juntó con la hija de la babysitter. Tuvieron problemas.
There were like 3 or 4 times. The first one was when she hit the daughter of the babysitter, and then the babysitter came to scold me about it. The second time was when Camila came and told me a lie, saying that a boy had hit her. And then when I went and protested to the mother of the boy, she said that the boy had done nothing. Then the school bus that had been problems
I'd
with
object
her
to Jose in
altitude.
that answer. He just told a whole conversation that he had with someone who's not a witness to this case and not here.
All right, if you're not allowed to say what someone else said.
A usted no se le permite decir lo que otra persona haya dicho.
Está bien.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you all a 10-minute break so you can stretch a little bit. And so that if we need to switch out the interpreter, we can switch out the interpreter because I believe she's been interpreting now for close to an hour just to give her a little break. So remember my previous instructions, please follow those. Everything that you need to know about this case will come from inside the courtroom. All right, everyone, please stand from the jurors and we'll be back at 2:10. All right, whenever you need a break, just let me know.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I will.
Because I'm
I
like
will
talking,
raise my hand.
all right, talking for more than an hour, that's a lot.
Yeah, I refilled my water. Oh, good.
Oh, you can have a seat.
Puedes sentarse también.
So you're okay? Move back from the mic. It makes a sound when you're.
Y se puede dejar un poco el micrófono porque es muy
Me
sensible.
regañó el abogado, me dijo que si tenía nervios.
Que no lo escuche a él, que le escuche a ella.
Hay que decir que me lo pongo, es que no sé si escucho aire o no sé, pero.
No, lo que
aquí.
pasa es que cuando uno habla muy cerca, explota, hace como
Entonces, ¿qué es lo que quiero?
alejarse un poquito.
Oh, alejarme un poco. Ok.
Raphael, they told me they were having public defender's office do that because they said your client needs to get out of custody or something.
So,
Your client in the 226, they said they had the public defenders to do it because your guy needed to be out of custody, that there was a death in the family or someone who was ill.
I was coming here after lunch. I run into a couple of people that have not recognition.
Mhm.
First time I hear you. "Oh, I have a family member that's-"
Yeah. Oh, no, I know. You know me, I've been a defense attorney, so we hear it all the
I
time.
said, what? You're telling me now?
Yeah. Okay. All right, let's bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury?
Everyone, please be seated. And defense, we're still on your direct examination.
Thank you. When, before the break, we were talking about, three incidents, where, you mentioned that, Mia had lied to you. Is that right?
Objection, Your Honor, he is misstating what the witness just said on the stand prior to the break.
We can have the witness read the
All right.
question.
All right, repeat your question, counselor.
Before the break, the last question that I was asking and that you were responding to is, that you mentioned that you were recounting three incidents, and then you thought that your daughter had lied.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to the defendant misstating what the witness said, what he said, the question in the
You
previous.
have another
before the break.
objection?
Well, his question before the break was she rebellious, not whether she lied, and he keeps
All right.
trying to imply that she's lied.
I understand do you have another objection?
I would object to the defendant testifying on. his
Sustained.
own.
I'm gonna. Can you tell us if you can remember your answer to my question of was she being rebellious?
And I would object to him
The-
giving
the-
the answer again. 'cause
Just
there
one
was-
second, everyone. Counsel, the objection to your previous question that you asked was, he says testifying is leading by another name. So the court sustained that objection. So if you want to ask your next question, you can ask your next question. But your previous question to testifying, which is leading by any other name, is sustained.
All right. Has
That's okay, that happens. All right.
has
Action.
Mia lied to you before?
Mía le ha mentido a usted antes.
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell us an incident or incidents in which she has lied to you?
I would object that this answer would call for hearsay from an out-of-party opponent.
I did not say what she told him except to describe the incident.
Is there any other objection?
I'd object to leading as well.
All right, that the objection to leading will be sustained.
I'm sorry, was that sustained, George?
Yes.
Okay. Um, Can you describe to us and to the jury incidents in which Mia has lied?
¿Puede describirnos a nosotros y al jurado incidentes en los que Mia ha mentido?
Sí.
Yes.
Can you tell us about it?
¿Puede hablarnos de eso?
Bueno, cuando le fui a reclamar a la señora del niño que la había molestado, yo le dije que qué había pasado, me dijo, no, me molestó este día, pero fui, y la señora dijo que no había ido ahí, no había ido a la escuela ese día. Me dio vergüenza y nada más me regresé para atrás. Las otras,
Well, when I went to ask to the mom of the boy that she had told me that had bothered her, I went and asked what happened. But the mother told me that that
Objection,
boy
Your Honor.
had-
This is the same hearsay that the state just objected to prior to the break. He's trying to tell the same story that you cautioned him not to tell the court. He's doing it again. He's violating your order.
All right. So I'm going to ask everyone, when you object, to make legal objections. And to the witness,
al testigo.
you're not allowed to say what someone else has said unless a party has laid the foundation for why you can do that. Do you understand?
A usted no se le permite decir lo que otra persona haya dicho, a menos que alguna de las partes haya establecido los lineamientos que permitan que usted haga eso. ¿Entiende? All
right.
right. Okay.
Ask your next question.
And Mr. Garcia Sanchez, do you love your daughter?
Señor García Sánchez, ¿usted ama a su hija?
sí, claro.
Yes, of course.
And how are you feeling since these allegations came to the fore?
¿Y cómo se siente usted desde que estos hechos alegados surgieron?
¿Cómo me siento? No entiendo la pregunta.
How do I feel? I don't understand the question.
Do you have any feelings about it?
¿Tiene usted sentimientos al respecto?
Sí, claro.
Yes, of course.
What are those feelings?
¿Qué son esos sentimientos?
Bueno, sentimientos, he perdido. He perdido años de por esta mentira que me están acusando. No sé, tratar de ayudarla, su comportamiento. He perdido los años de no ver cómo debe de ser a mi hijo. Muchos sentimientos que nunca los he expresado, nunca he tenido ayuda psicológica, me enfoqué mucho en trabajar, aparte de que estoy lesionado. Quiero decirles que yo necesito una cirugía y no me la hice, lo mismo por enfrentar este caso.
Well, the feelings I have lost years because of this lie that I am being accused of. So I don't know, help her deal with this, but I have lost years of not seeing my son the way it should be. I do have a lot of feelings, feelings that I have not expressed, and I have not had psychological aid because I have focused myself in working, and also I'm injured. And I want to tell you that there is a surgery that I'm in need of and that I have not performed.
Non-responsive, and he's beginning a narrative.
Sustained.
And let me take you back between the move and between the move from your previous apartment, the last move you made and ask you, how did you make the move to the new apartment at Sierra Royale?
Déjeme llevarlo de vuelta a la última mudanza que hicieron, al último apartamento, la última mudanza que hicieron. ¿Cómo hizo usted la mudanza al apartamento de Sierra Royal?
Bueno, en lo que cabía mis posibilidades, subía ropa. El vecino se llamaba Billy. Él estuvo conmigo, consecutivamente ayudándome a llevar lo que podíamos llevar. Lo demás, mi ex esposa, Camila, estaban ayudando a subir pues, lo que ellas más podían. Yo trataba de ayudar lo que yo podía, a lo que yo podía hacer con Billy.
Well, as I could, within my possibilities, I would take up the clothing. The neighbor, his name was Billy. He was with me consecutively and he was helping me. So I would take whatever I could. And my ex-wife and Camila were helping by taking up there whatever they could. And I was trying to help along with Billy.
When did you make that move, if you remember?
¿Cuándo hicieron esa mudanza? Sí, sí, recuerdo.
No recuerdo bien la fecha, pero como que entre mayo, junio.
I don't remember very well the date, but I think between May, June.
2018 or 2017?
2018 o 2017?
2018.
2018.
And how did you go about renting the apartment at Sierra Royale?
¿Y cómo hicieron para rentar el apartamento en Sierra Royal?
Fuimos con los arrendadores en la oficina. Hicimos un contrato, yo y mi ex esposa. Antes ya habíamos notificado a los otros apartamentos que que ya no íbamos a renovar el contrato y para movernos al nuevo apartamento.
We went to the rental office of the apartment, and me and my wife, we made a lease contract. And before that, we had given notice to the other apartments that we were not going to renew the lease with them so that we can move to the other apartments.
And if you remember, did you move at the end of the month of that month or of the old apartment?
Y si usted recuerda, ¿se mudaron a finales del mes, de ese mes, del apartamento anterior?
Sí.
Yes.
And prior to the move, did you or had already paid the lease on the new apartment?
Y antes de mudarse, ya habían pagado.
Subject to relevance, his payment of the lease is not relevant to this case.
Sustained.
Did you have already possession of the new apartment before you left the old apartment?
Ustedes ya estaban en posesión del nuevo apartamento antes de abandonar el apartamento anterior.
No, porque no teníamos cama. La cama llegó, lo que yo compré, porque yo saqué la furniture, la saqué a mi nombre, llegó después de 3, 4 días, 5 días después de que nos movimos al apartamento.
No, because we had no bed. The bed arrived, well, I bought the furniture. I got the furniture under my name and it all arrived 3, 4, or 5 days after we moved to the apartment.
Prior to your move to the new apartment, did you have the key for the new apartment already in your hand?
Antes de mudarse al apartamento nuevo, ¿ya tenían la llave del apartamento nuevo en su mano?
Sí,
Yes.
Did you start to move to the new apartment before you finally vacated the old apartment?
¿Usted comenzó a mudarse al nuevo apartamento antes de desalojar por completo el apartamento anterior?
sí.
Yes.
And did you have beds in the old apartment?
¿Y tenían camas en el apartamento anterior?
No, yo recuerdo que tiramos las camas viejas. No, hicimos entre yo y mi ex esposa, platicamos. Nosotros vivíamos en el segundo piso del viejo apartamento y por mi lesión de mi espalda, decidimos tirar las cosas que ya estaban viejas. Mi intención era, yo había hablado con mi Camila y mi ex esposa en ese momento, ya tenía yo una visión. Yo le dije, ya no quiero yo estar aquí, necesitamos una mejor vida. Voy a sacar nuevas cosas como cama, comedor y todo, porque mi intención era sacar una casa. Entonces le dije, nomás vamos a estar por un momento en ese apartamento, en lo que nos movemos a una casa.
No, because we threw away the old beds. Me and my ex-wife had a conversation because we lived on the second floor of the old apartment. And because the issues I had in my back, we had decided to throw away the old things. And my intention was, I talked to Mia Camila and to my ex-wife, and I told them, I have a vision.
Going
I
to
don't want.
object to the narrative. The question was yes or no. Did you have beds at the old apartment?
Sustained.
Prior to your move to the new apartment, did you discard your old beds?
Antes de mudarse al nuevo apartamento, ¿ustedes se deshicieron o desecharon las camas viejas?
Sí, bueno, yo no, Bill y mi ex esposa desecharon eso.
Yes, well, not me. Bill and my ex-wife threw that away.
Lo único que estaba en el nuevo apartamento que yo recuerdo era nada más los sillones.
Object to the narrative. The question has been answered.
Sustained.
Now, did you move to the new apartment before you received the new furniture, the new beds?
Ustedes se mudaron al nuevo apartamento antes de recibir los muebles nuevos, las camas nuevas.
Sí, antes de que nosotros nos movimos al apartamento, duramos 3 o 4 días que nos entregaran la cama.
Yes, before, when we moved to the apartment, it took like 3 or 4 days to get the bed delivered.
Y lo recuerdo muy bien porque yo pagué el delivery.
And I remember it very well because I paid for the delivery.
Es una cama grande, muy bonita, y recuerdo que venía la cama, el frame, un espejo muy grande que le gustó en ese tiempo a mi esposa. Sí.
And it was a very big bed, very pretty. I remember.
Object to the narrative. Object
Sustained.
non-responsive.
Now, were you anytime during the move, when you were moving from the old apartment to the new apartment, were you ever alone with Mia?
En algún momento durante la mudanza del apartamento viejo al apartamento nuevo, ¿estuvo usted solo con Mia?
No,
No.
Were you alone with her in the new apartment?
Usted estuvo solo con ella en el apartamento nuevo.
No,
Object to asked and answered.
I thought it'd be overruled.
yo estuve haciendo viajes con Bill.
I was making trips with Bill.
Recuerdo, Mía, se quedó con su mamá, con Sebastián, porque estábamos haciendo viajes, pero yo y mi amigo, Bill. Camila, no recuerdo que ella hubiera estado con nosotros en el apartamento nuevo.
I remember Mia stayed with her mom and Sebastian, and me and my friend Bill, we were making trips. I don't remember Camila being with us at the new apartment.
All right. You heard the allegations as to what happened in the new apartment when you were moving. Recall that?
Usted escuchó los hechos alegados sobre lo que ocurrió en el nuevo apartamento cuando se mudaron.
Yo escuché los saludos.
Do you remember hearing the allegations?
If I heard que si usted recuerda haber escuchado los hechos que alegaron
O el 23 de septiembre.
on
No, sir.
September
Excuse
23rd.
me, stop. Mr. Leal, we have an interpreter. All right. And if the interpreter, if you could interpret,
On September 23rd?
No. During your move, back in May,
No.
did you hear Mia saying that you had penetrated her on a bed in the new apartment, Sierra Royale, during your move?
No, durante la mudanza al nuevo apartamento, usted recuerda que Mia dijo que usted la penetró a ella en el nuevo apartamento en Sierra Royal.
No,
El-
no había cama.
No, there was no bed.
But you heard that allegation here in court from Mia, is that right?
Pero usted escuchó aquí en el tribunal que Mia alegó eso, ¿es así?
Sí,
Yes.
Okay. Did that happen or not?
¿Eso ocurrió o no?
no.
No.
Now, was your name on the lease in that apartment at Sierra Royale?
Su nombre aparecía en el contrato de arrendamiento de ese apartamento de Sierra Royal.
Es correcto.
That is correct.
And was there a discussion around September 23rd, 2018 about separation or divorce or custody of the children with your wife?
Y hubo una discusión más o menos el 23 de septiembre de 2018 con su esposa sobre separación o divorcio o sobre la custodia de los niños.
Sí.
Yes.
And what was discussed, don't tell me what she said, just what did you mention to your wife about the separation or the divorce in custody?
¿Qué fue la discusión? No me diga lo que su esposa dijo. Dígame lo que usted le dijo a su esposa sobre la separación o el divorcio o la custodia.
Yo le dije a mi ex esposa que ya estaba cansado de la situación en la que yo estaba. Se molestaba porque yo hablaba con mi mamá, con mis familiares. Mi hija no me hacía caso. Era como una división. Bueno, y repito, todo fue muy raro, porque yo estaba con mi niño, mi ex esposa estaba con Camila, y yo ya lo único que deseaba, pareces como mi acompañante, o sea, fue algo que le tomé que decir, yo me voy a divorciar de ti, pero ella me había comentado que sí.
Don't say, I'm sorry, let me ask you the next question.
I object to,
All right, so time out, everyone. So number one, we have an interpreter. Use the interpreter. Let the interpreter interpret, period. Number two, if there's an objection, everybody make a legal objection. You can remain seated when you make your objections. I don't take that as a sign of disrespect. The reason why I want you to remain seated is because it's easier for the court reporter to hear and it's easier for the interpreter to hear. So do not ask any more questions and then talk over the interpreter before the interpreter even gets to interpret. I understand that some people may speak Spanish or whatever language that may be spoken, but this jury is going on what the interpreter says, period. So stop speaking over each other and let the interpreter do her job. So ask your question, wait for the interpreter to interpret, and then he will respond if he can, and then the interpreter will interpret that. Now,
I had told my wife, my ex-wife, that I was tired of this situation because she was bothered whenever I was talking to my mom, when I was talking to my family, and my daughter wouldn't listen to me. It was like we were divided. And I will repeat it again. Everything was just so weird because I was with my son and my ex-wife was with Camila. And I told her that I wish that things were different, but she was more like just a companion. And I told her, I am going to divorce you.
Did you discuss any custody of your children or your son with your ex-wife?
¿Y ustedes hablaron de la custodia de sus hijos o de su hijo con su ex esposa?
Yo en ese momento le comenté mis puntos. Ya estaba cansado de esa situación. Yo trabajaba, trataba de trabajar y proveer para la casa, para los biles. Le dije a mi ex esposa la situación que estaba pasando y le dije, lo único que sí te puedo decir es de que te voy a pelear a mi niño porque mi niño siempre yo prefiero que papá y mamá. Le dije,
I told her what were my points. I was tired of the situation. I was working and I was always trying to provide for the home, for the bills.
objection non-responsive. The question was, did you discuss custody?
all right.
And I would object to opposing counsel interrupting the translation and violating the orders of the court to wait until the full answer is given and then express your objection.
All right, the objection is sustained.
And Your Honor,
You can ask your next question.
just for clarification, if the translator is saying something objectionable, do I?
You
need to
may
allow that all
object.
to get on the record, or
Yes.
can I object?
All right, so the objection is sustained. You may ask your next question.
Now, did you want to take custody of your son only or both of your children?
¿Usted quería tener la custodia únicamente de su hijo o de sus dos hijos?
no, yo le comenté a ella porque, bueno, no sé si pueda tratar de hablar de que Camila era rebelde. Mi ex esposa se llevaba bien con Camila, por eso hubo una división. Camila estaba con su mamá, Sebastián estaba conmigo. Entonces, lo que yo le dije es que le iba a pelear la custodia del niño para estar legalmente, le iba a pelear la custodia. Mi hija me gritó en ese momento, mi ex esposa se molestaron, estaban muy molestas ese día. Yo le dije todo.
No, I had told her, I don't know if I can, been telling you that Camila was a rebel. And my ex-wife was getting along well with Camila, and that's why there was a division, her and Camila and me and my son. And I told her that I was gonna fight for the custody of my boy. That day, my daughters yelled at me and they got
Objection to
very
hearsay,
upset.
objection to narrative.
All right, that'll be sustained.
When you were having that conversation, was that September 23rd, 2018?
Esa conversación la tuvieron el 23 de septiembre de 2018.
Sí, es correcto.
Yes, that is correct.
And then after that discussion, what did you do next?
Y después de esa conversación, ¿qué hizo usted?
Me llevé a mi hijo a...
I'm going to object to relevance of that question. This is after the things were reported to the police. What he did after the report is not relevant to the facts of this case, which are the elements of the offense that occurred prior to that date.
No, I'm gonna object to
Overruled.
miscarriage his statement.
Overruled.
Okay,
I took my son.
go ahead.
Adelante.
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta, por favor?
Could you please repeat the question?
Simple, what did you do next?
Simple. ¿Qué hizo después?
Me llevé a mi hijo a comer unos tacos al restaurante. Ellas se quedaron molestas. Que yo le dije, recuerdo haberles llamado 3 o 4 veces por teléfono a mi ex, porque iba a llevar a mi hijo a ver una película al cine y no me contestaron. Yo me preocupé, agarré a mi hijo, nos fuimos para atrás a la casa y ya había visto unos oficiales ahí.
Oh, I took my son to get tacos at a restaurant and they stayed there upset. And because of what I had said. And I remember that I tried to calling them 3 or 4 times, my ex-wife, because I wanted to take my son to watch a movie to the theater, but they did not answer. So I got worried. I grabbed my son and went back home. And I remember there were some officers already there.
Did you ask him to go with you to the restaurant with your son and yourself?
I'm sorry, the interpreter requests a repetition.
Right. Did you ask them, meaning your wife at the time and your daughter, to go with you to the restaurant?
Usted le pidió a ellas, es decir, a su esposa y a su hija que fueran con usted al restaurante.
Sí,
Yes.
Did they decline?
Ellas se rehusaron.
sí.
Yes.
And when you got back to the apartment, what did you see?
Y cuando usted regresó al apartamento, ¿qué vio usted?
Vi un oficial, estaba hablando con mi ex esposa.
I saw an officer that was speaking to my ex-wife.
Y luego, yo me causó, como expectación, porque en ese momento la camioneta estaba teniendo problemas.
And then it caused me like expectation because at that time, the truck was having issues.
Y yo parqué mi camioneta y me bajé, normalmente a hablar con el oficial.
I parked my truck and I got off normally to speak to the officer.
El oficial me hace una restricción que me esperara así.
The officer gives me a restriction to wait like that.
Y yo acepto la restricción que él me dice.
And then I accept the restriction that he gives to me.
El oficial llega y no puede expresarse porque no habla bien el inglés.
The officer comes and he cannot express himself very well because he does not speak English.
Lo que yo recuerdo es de que el oficial me hacía señas que si yo había hecho eso con mi hija o algo, le dije,
What I remember is that the officer would make signs at me asking if I had done that to my daughter.
entonces yo le dije a él, no te entiendo. Entonces el oficial habla a otro oficial, llega 5 o 10 minutos después, era un oficial que traía una camisa polo, no recuerdo, como gris o blanca, traía su nombre, decía Rey, bajito, y él empezó a explicarme.
And then I told him, I don't understand you. And then the officer called another officers, and then like 5-10 minutes later, the other officer arrived. He was wearing sort of like a polo short shirt. It was gray and white, and it had his name on it. It said Ray. He was short, and then they started explaining to me.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Did you mean to say that the officer did not speak Spanish?
Déjeme hacerle esta pregunta. ¿Usted quiso decir que el oficial no hablaba español?
No, no correctamente.
No.
Por eso le habló al otro oficial.
No, not correctly. That is why he called the other officer.
Okay. Now, when you first got there with your son after going to the restaurant, where were the officers? Outside the apartment or inside the apartment?
Cuando usted llegó allí, después de haber ido al restaurante, ¿dónde estaban los oficiales? ¿Dentro o fuera del apartamento?
No, ellos estaban afuera a una cuadra después del apartamento.
No, they were outside, 1 block away from the apartment.
Okay, and let me backtrack a little bit. Prior to you taking off to go to the restaurant, was there a discussion about possession of the apartment and the names of the apartment? Your name being on the list as well between you and your wife?
Déjeme echar para atrás un poco. Antes de que usted se fuera al apartamento, hubo una discusión con respecto a la posesión del apartamento, con respecto a los nombres que estaban en el contrato de arrendamiento del apartamento, si se encontraba su nombre o el nombre de su esposa.
Sí, tuvimos la discusión. Mi ex esposa me dijo que si yo
Yes, we had that discussion. My ex-wife told me,
me dijo que si yo me quería divorciar, que yo me fuera de la casa.
she told me that if I wanted,
Objection hearsay.
Sustained.
Remember, I know that you're not a lawyer, but you cannot say what other people told you.
recuerde, yo sé que usted no es un abogado, pero no puede decir lo que otra persona le dijo. Okay.
All right.
So,
Just 1 second. Do y'all need a short break? Okay. All right, you can continue.
okay, and but there was a discussion about your name being on the list. Is that right?
Pero hubo una discusión sobre si el nombre de usted se encontraba en el contrato de arrendamiento. ¿Es así?
Sí,
Yes.
And why was there that discussion?
¿Y por qué hubo esa discusión?
porque le mencioné a mi ex esposa, no, mi ex esposa me dijo que porque él estaba comprando jugo de naranja y tacos de la mañana cuando lo llevaba a la babysitter.
Because I mentioned to my ex-wife, no, my ex-wife mentioned to me that why was I buying orange juice and tacos when I was taking him to the babysitter in the morning?
yo le contesté que la comida que le compras ya no se la come, le compras siempre chicken nuggets y la babysitter me dice que el niño no come, ya no quiere comer. Yo estaba muy apegado con mi hijo.
And I told her, because the food that you buy for him, he no longer eats it. She buys chicken nuggets and the
Object,
babysitter.
non-responsive.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this question, okay? Concerning the names on the list, what was she trying to do to you that will cause you to question whose names were on the list?
Déjeme hacerle esta pregunta. Con respecto a los nombres que estaban en el contrato de arrendamiento, ¿qué le estaba diciendo ella a usted que lo hacía a usted cuestionar qué nombres estaban en el contrato?
Pues ella me decía que me fuera del apartamento, nada más, y me quería divorciar.
Well, she would tell me to leave the apartment,
Objection,
just that,
hearsay.
and
Sustained.
Let me ask you this way. Did she wanted you to leave the apartment?
déjeme preguntárselo de esta manera. ¿Ella quería que usted se fuera del apartamento?
Sí,
Yes.
And how did you respond to that?
¿Y cómo respondió usted a eso?
yo le dije que no podía porque los dos estábamos en el lease.
I told her that I couldn't because we were both on the lease.
How did she react to that?
¿Cómo reaccionó ella ante esto?
Pues estaba molesta. Yo lo que hice fue como le dije, para calmar las cosas, le dije, mira, ya vamos a tranquilizarnos, vamos a comer unos tacos. Después escuché una voz bien fuerte de mi hija que dijo, rebelde. Pero
And what I did is I said, okay, let's calm down. Let's go get some tacos. And then I heard a very loud voice from my daughter saying, no, rebellious.
Okay, and let me ask you, so your daughter was within earshot. Did she hear what you were saying?
Y déjeme preguntarle, ¿su hija estaba a distancia donde ella podía escucharlos?
sí escuché esa conversación.
Yes, she did hear that conversation.
And what was her reaction to that?
¿Cuál fue la reacción de ella a eso?
Ella, recuerdo que me dijo con una voz muy fuerte que para qué quería llevarlos a comer y no teníamos dinero, pero con una voz así autoritaria. Y yo le dije, le comenté eso a mi ex esposa, le dije, ¿estás escuchando cómo me está hablando Camila? Me dijo, yo no sé, eso fue lo único que dijo ella.
I remember that she said, why are you going to
Objective
take a
hearsay.
seat?
Sustained.
Okay, was Mia's reaction emotional to your comments about possession of the lease on the apartment?
Mía reaccionó de una manera emotiva a la posesión de usted en cuanto al contrato de arrendamiento del apartamento.
Nomás recuerdo que me gritó.
I just remember that she yelled at me.
Okay. Now, so did you at some point, when you saw the police officers on the street, did you at some point go with the police officers to your apartment?
Usted en algún punto cuando vio a los oficiales de policía en la calle, ¿usted fue con los policías a su apartamento?
Sí, es correcto.
Yes, that is correct.
And did you go inside your apartment?
¿Y usted fue dentro de su apartamento?
Sí, es correcto.
Yes, that is correct.
And how long did you remain in the apartment?
¿Y cuánto tiempo permaneció usted dentro del apartamento?
Recuerdo que nada más como 20 minutos, 30 minutos en lo que levanté mis pertenencias.
I remember that it was just like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, the time for me to pick up my belongings.
Was it your decision to leave your apartment at that point, or tell us about it?
¿Fue la decisión de usted de irse del apartamento en ese punto o háblenos de eso?
No, yo le había comentado al oficial que nomás quería llevar ropa de mi trabajo. No tenía dinero porque mis cuentas iban a la cuenta de mi ex esposa. Recuerdo que me dijo el oficial que me fuera a un hotel en lo que se hacían las investigaciones.
No, I just told the officer that I wanted to gather some work clothes because I didn't have any money. All of my money went to my ex-wife's account. And I remember the officer told me to go to a hotel while the investigations were happening.
Had you,
Y
pl-
también
have you planned to leave your apartment that day before you went to the restaurant with your son?
¿Usted tenía planificado irse de su apartamento ese día antes de irse al restaurante con su hijo?
no,
No.
Was that decision made for you?
¿Esa decisión fue tomada en nombre de usted?
no.
No.
Were you told to leave the apartment?
¿A usted le dijeron que se fuera del apartamento?
Sí,
Yes.
And the police officers tell you that, or?
¿El
Sí.
oficial de policía le dijo eso? Yes.
Okay. And you obey the order, right?
Y usted obedeció la orden, ¿cierto?
sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were there inside the apartment, who else was in the apartment with you there?
Y cuando usted estuvo allí dentro del apartamento, ¿quién más estaba allí dentro del apartamento con usted?
Estaba mi ex esposa. Entraron primero 2 oficiales y luego llegó uno más, eran 3 oficiales. Y yo.
Was Mia there as well?
There was my ex-wife, and at first 2 officers, and then another more. It was 3 officers and myself.
Was Mia there also?
¿Mía también estaba allí?
No,
No.
Where was she?
¿Dónde estaba ella?
ella estaba en la camioneta, en la JUAN, adentro.
She was in the truck, in the Yukon, inside.
Did you witness any questioning of your daughter by the police officer?
¿Usted fue testigo de cualquier interrogatorio que le haya hecho la policía a su hija?
No,
No.
After, so you left the apartment on September 23rd, 2018, is that correct?
Entonces, usted se fue del apartamento el 23 de septiembre de 2018. ¿Es eso correcto?
es correcto.
That is correct.
Did you ever go back?
¿En alguna vez usted regresó?
Esa misma tarde, yo fui a hablar con su mamá, lo que estaba pasando.
That same afternoon, I went to talk to her mother about what was happening.
Y su mamá me dijo que la llevara al apartamento, le comenté lo que había pasado.
And her mother told me to take her to the apartment and told me what had happened.
Yo fui con un amigo, y le comenté que la dejara ahí en el apartamento, porque ya no me acerqué yo al apartamento más.
I went with a friend and I told him to leave it there at the apartment because I did not get close to the apartment anymore.
Now, did you, on September 23rd, 2018, was that the first time that you heard allegations of sexual abuse by your daughter?
El 23 de septiembre de 2018 fue la primera vez que usted escuchó que su hija alegara abuso sexual.
No.
No.
When was the first time that you heard accusations?
Ah, ya
¿Cuándo fue la primera vez que usted escuchó esos hechos alegados?
yo lo escuché en el 2013.
I heard that in 2013.
Against you?
¿Contra usted?
No, contra un tío político.
No, against an uncle.
Okay, the question was, when was the first time that you heard allegations of sexual abuse by you against your daughter?
Bien, la primera vez es ¿cuándo fue la primera vez que usted escuchó que su hija alegara abuso sexual de usted a su hija?
O el 23 de septiembre del 2018.
Oh, on September 23rd of 2018.
And you know, you were here during her testimony, is that right?
¿Y usted estuvo aquí durante el testimonio de ella? ¿Es así?
Sí, es correcto.
Yes, that is correct.
Did you hear that she claimed that a month to a month and a half, approximately a month before, that you had penetrated her anus at the apartment while
Usted,
her mom was not there?
usted escuchó cuando ella dijo que más o menos un mes y medio antes de ese día, usted la había penetrado analmente en el apartamento cuando la mamá no estaba allí.
Is that true or not true?
¿Es eso cierto o no,
No,
es cierto?
es mentira.
Attorney
that's
did
a
not
lie.
wait for- I'm sorry, the defense attorney did not wait for his client to answer his first question and then asked another question. He thus asked a compound question.
All right, so I'm going to say this for the last time. We have an interpreter. Ask a question in English. Once that question is asked in English, the interpreter will interpret for the witness. The witness will ask the question, answer the question. If anybody has an objection, you can make an objection. If you do not interrupt the interpreter. Does everyone understand?
Yes, Your
Are
Yes.
my instructions easy to follow?
Honor. Yes.
Clear.
All right, so let's not do that again.
Yes, ma'am.
Ask your question.
She said, she mentioned that you had penetrated her anus approximately a month before September 23rd, 2018 at the apartment. Did you hear her testimony regarding that?
Ella dijo que usted había penetrado su ano aproximadamente un mes antes en el apartamento, un mes antes del 18. ¿Usted escuchó eso?
Sí, escuché eso.
Yes, I heard that.
And did that happen or not?
¿Y eso ocurrió o no?
No, no ocurrió.
No, it didn't happen.
Did you hear that also through her testimony that this happened on another occasion in the month of May 2018?
Usted escuchó también a través del testimonio de ella que esto había ocurrido también en otra ocasión en el mes de mayo de 2018.
Sí, yo escuché eso.
Yes, I heard that.
Did that happen?
¿Eso ocurrió?
No,
No.
And then she says that, well, how old was your daughter as of September 23rd, 2018?
Objection. This question has been asked and answered multiple times by this witness.
Sustained,
Was your daughter 11 and a half years on that date?
Objection asked and answered.
sustained,
How old was your daughter?
Objection asked and
Sustained.
answered.
All right, now, did you hear her testimony saying that this has been going on since she was 10?
Usted escuchó el testimonio de ella.
Reject that
dice.
that is a misstatement of the testimony.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the interpreter has been going for an hour now. So I'm going to give us a 10-minute break so we can be back here by 3:25. And remember my instructions, everything that you need to know about this case to come from inside the courtroom. Everyone, please rise.
De pie.
Sí.
Well, really, that's been much time on it. Yeah, we started off the noise. Yeah. This is one big one of it. So I started at what, 1? That was about 3:30. Yeah, but with breaks and, yeah, it's pick up. I think you're- I mean, not like people in New York and all that.
¿De dónde es usted,
3
señor?
days and the stand.
Irapuato, Guanajuato.
Guanajuato.
Irapuato,
G-
Guanajuato.
GUA,
Ajá.
NAJ
Yeah, keep it relevant.
U
That's.
A T O.
All one word?
All one word. Guanajuato. There you go.
The focus of the attention, for example. He says, oh no. Let's talk about. You know? Yeah. I said, well, I mean, did she want it? And then I just said, you know, like, did she want to be the center of attention? I said, well, yeah. But how did she express that she wanted to be the center of attention? Yeah, so you didn't, I knew he wouldn't get it. Yeah. So he doesn't really have an answer. He's mad. He was mad. He's upset.
He was what?
Attacked in Nuevo Laredo.
Que lo atacaron en
She
Nuevo
had
Laredo?
shows and she had-
Yes.
What they would say, like,
By
just
something.
because.
Zetas.
Huh?
Zetas.
Por los Zetas dijo.
Sí.
Zetas. ZETAS.
Should be saying, like, she's a good job. She's yeah, I just like do a little cry, like she's hard, and, you know, because of that, and said that he loves another. And I asked her. Like, recommendations, well, you know, you sort of lose. You cannot know what can make these.
Thank you.
I don't think it's any-
I asked him. After that, you know,
And I'll see what we have on Tuesday. Oh, we have Gregory Wheatron. Why isn't that in Impact?
¿O no? ¿O usted va a interpretar?
Pues yo voy a interpretar.
I'm not sure, but I thought it was being sent to
Se me hace más
Impact,
lógico
but take a
que
look
me
at
digas
the
si acercas. Oh,
court,
quiere-
yeah,
Vamos a
the
intentar.
court file.
Pero sí, para que se vaya más rápido.
That's not what to do, man, in my opinion, man.
Discuss it on Monday.
Oye la pregunta.
Thing with your son.
Stop what to do. And I lubricated.
Right, everyone, please be seated. Defense, you're still on direct examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Mr. Garcia Sanchez, are you still in pain because of your back injury and neck injury?
Sí, pero estoy un poco mejor que antes.
Yes, but I'm a little bit better than before.
Are you taking medications for that pain still?
Sí, estoy tomando ya pastillas Tylenol.
I'm taking Tylenol.
Okay. And after you move out of the apartment that you had with your family, where did you go? Did you get to rent another apartment?
Primero me fui a la casa de un amigo.
First, I went to a friend's house.
Nomás duré un día.
I stayed there for one day only.
No tenía dinero.
I didn't have any
Este-
money.
Recuerdo que fui a pedir un loan
I remember I went to get a loan
porque no quise sacar nada de la cuenta de mi ex esposa
because I didn't want to take anything from my ex-wife's account.
y traté de aplicar para un apartamento donde antes vivíamos en los Hidden Meadow.
I tried to apply to get an apartment where we used to live before in Hidden's Meadow.
Me aprobaron rápido porque tenía buen crédito.
I was approved. I was quickly approved because I had good credit.
Nomás duré 3 días ahí. No pude estar solo.
I would just stay there for 3 days. I couldn't stay by myself.
Me pegó mucho la depresión.
I was very depressed.
And can you tell the jury what effect has this accusation have had in your life?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
How has your life changed since the accusation was made?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Do you have an explanation as to the accusations?
Sí,
Yes.
Can you tell us about it?
bueno, a lo que yo entiendo de dar una explicación de esta acusación,
What I understand of giving an explanation of this accusation,
todo esto viene a causa de mi hija Camila, que es muy rebelde.
all of this comes due to my I'm sorry, to my daughter's Camila. She's very rebellious.
En mi ex esposa,
And my ex-wife.
yo a lo que recuerdo,
What I remember,
que si yo, no sé si lo pueda decir aquí,
I don't know if I can say that here.
pero que me dijo que si algún día, pues, que si yo trataba de separarme
She told me
de
that,
ella,
permítame, well, if I tried to separate from her,
no iba a ser ni para ella ni para nadie más, porque ella me había arreglado mis papeles.
I wasn't going to be neither for her nor for anyone else because she had fixed my papers.
Más nunca me imaginé qué clase de advertencia hubiera sido.
I never imagined what type of warning was this
Hasta que pasaron los hechos.
until the facts happened.
Pass the witness.
State.
Hello, I'm Travis Banks. I'm going to ask you a few questions. One of the things that y'all talked about when your defense attorney had you on direct examination, you were asked a question about how you noticed a change. You said, with regard to a change that you noticed in your daughter and her jealousy of Sebastian, because my daughter got jealous because I would buy things for him, pay more attention to him, but I would tell her it was because he was little, just like I did when you were little. So I want to talk about when Mia was little. When you first learned that Maria was pregnant with Mia, did you ask Maria to marry you?
Objection relevance.
Your Honor,
Overruled.
Did you ask Maria to marry you when you learned that she was pregnant with Mia?
La situación fue esta. María Escalante, mi ex esposa, salió embarazada
This is the situation with when my ex-wife, Maria Escalante, got pregnant.
y quiero que quede todo bien claro aquí en frente del jurado, de la juez.
And I want
y
everything
del
to be
señor
clear
fiscal.
here in front of the jury, the judge, and the state attorney.
Esto fue lo que pasó.
This is what happened.
Yo a mi ex esposa la conocí en un nightclub.
I met my wife at a
I'm
nightclub.
going to object to this narrative and object that he's not responding to my question.
Sustained.
I will ask my question again. It's a yes or no question. When Maria told you she was pregnant, did you ask to marry her?
No,
No,
Okay. Were you there? Do you know how long it takes for a baby to develop?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, relevance.
Answer if
Sustained.
he knows. All right, so, okay, were you there when she had the baby?
no.
no, I
Do you
wasn't.
know when she had the baby?
En enero 4 del 2007.
January 4th, 2007.
And did you start your relationship back with her in the year of 2007?
Regresamos, nos dimos nuevamente la oportunidad cuando nació Mía,
When we came back, we gave ourselves another opportunity when Mia was born.
cuando se le hizo el ADN.
When she did the DNA test.
Ah, so you didn't go back until after she approached you with the proof that you're the father.
Sí,
Yeah.
es correcto.
Yes, that's right.
And did you owe any child support at that point?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, to relevance.
Sustained.
And so you got married, but you weren't there when she was born, were you?
Ask and answer, Judge.
Overruled.
La pregunta,
Excuse me, it's been overruled, so he can answer.
es que me puede repetir la pregunta, por favor.
Can you please repeat the question?
So you weren't there when Mia was born.
No, señor.
No, sir.
So would you say that's similar to how it was with Sebastian?
I'm gonna say, I'm sorry, Judge, objection calls for speculation.
I
That would be
you have-
overruled.
No, porque fue una situación diferente.
No, because it was a different situation.
But that's not what you said to Mia.
Es una situación, fue una situación diferente.
It was a different situation.
Did you tell Mia that it was the same situation and you treated her the same you're treating Sebastian?
La pregunta que tú me estás diciendo es cuando nació Sebastián, yo estaba con Sebastián.
What you're asking me is when Sebastian was born, if I was with Sebastian.
En la otra situación es que me estabas diciendo usted que si yo estuve cuando nació con Camila.
And the other situation that you mentioned was if I was there when Camila was born.
Son dos situaciones
I'm going to object
diferentes.
to the narrative and object to non-responsive.
Overruled.
They're two different situations.
Right, but you told Mia that you treated her you treating Sebastian exactly like you treated her, but now you're telling this court that you didn't treat them the same. They were two different situations. So were you lying to Mia when you said that?
Object, George.
I'm not lying.
Okay,
Cuando Camila estaba ya grande, Sebastián ya estaba chiquito.
When
Esa es la
Camila-
diferencia.
When Camila was older, Sebastian was little. That was the difference.
okay, and when she told you she was pregnant with Sebastian, did you run off?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor, to this line of questioning. It's not relevant to these proceedings.
Abstain.
We're not in a divorce court.
Sustained. To relevancy.
So you were asked by your counsel, at any point, did you do anything inappropriate with your daughter in Mexico? You said no. Then he asked you, did you touch her in Mexico? You said no. You said you were in Mexico for 3 weeks. Did you not touch your daughter for 3 weeks? Not even a hug while in Mexico?
Entonces usted no tocó a su hija en 3 semanas, ni siquiera un abrazo mientras estaban en México.
Estaba yo muy ocupado, como le digo, le reitero, la camioneta se nos quebró, se nos descompuso
Permítame.
y estaba preocupado.
Permítame. I was very busy, like I told you. We had a problem with the truck. I was busy.
After you got robbed by the Zetas, did you hug Mia?
Lo sé, está sucediendo.
I want to object to relevance, Judge.
Your Honor, he said that he didn't touch her all trip. We're just trying to establish.
That's a mischaracterization of my question, Judge, was in the context
All
of,
right, the objection is overruled. You can answer the question.
Ok. Estábamos muy asustados.
We were very scared.
Llegaron la persona que nos asaltó. Yo no tuve tiempo para bajarme de la camioneta
The person that,
y darle un abrazo a mi hijo.
permítame, the person that robbed us and approached us, I didn't have any time to get off the truck and hug my son.
Lo único que hice fue darle para adelante, porque es un lugar muy peligroso.
The only thing that I did was drive forward because it's a very dangerous place.
Y yo lo que hice por salvar la integridad de mi familia es darles el dinero.
And what I did in order to save my family's integrity was to give them the money.
Después llegamos a un punto de revisión.
Then we approached a checkpoint.
Les comenté que si todo estaba bien.
Can I object to the narrative and not responding to the question?
Overruled.
I told him, I asked him if everything was okay.
Y Camila, Sebastián estaban bien. La que estaba un poquito cayó en shock, en nervios, recuerdo, mi ex esposa.
And Camila and Sebastian were okay. I do remember that the one that was a little bit nervous or in shock was my ex-wife.
And when you finally got to safety, did you hug your children?
objection, relevance, Judge.
Sustained.
So you said that when you, with regard to the beds in the apartment, that they were delivered 3, 4, or 5 days later, and that you remember because you paid for them. But then there was also testimony that you had been out of work and so disabled, you couldn't work throughout this time. So I guess my question is, were you working at the time of the move to Sierra Royale?
Can you repeat the last part of the question?
Were you working at the time of the move to Sierra Royale?
¿A Sierra Royale?
Sierra Royale?
Yes.
The place you moved in June of, was it 2017? 2018?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What were you doing as your occupation?
Empecé a trabajar en el restaurante Fly Saucer.
I started working at that restaurant, Fly Saucer.
Antes de yo aplicar para trabajar, hablé con el manager, le dije mi situación, que estaba lastimado.
Before I applied, I spoke to the manager. I told him about my situation, that I was hurt.
Lavé vajillas, lavé platos.
And I was doing dishes, washing dishes.
You have to lift up dishes?
Usted tenía que levantar los platos.
Como podía, 3, 4 platos, estaba cerca de la cocina. Sí.
Yes, but 3 or 4 dishes that were close in the kitchen.
And were you working 2 jobs at that time or just 1?
Empecé uno.
I started with one.
No podía con el siguiente, traté, porque ahí está un restaurante cerca que se llama Kitchen California Pizza, pero
I tried, but I couldn't. There was another restaurant nearby. It was called Kitchen, California Kitchen.
Pero todavía por mi lesión reciente, no podía tener 2 trabajos, nomás tenía el part-time de Fly Saucer.
But because of my recent injury, I couldn't hold 2 jobs. I only had, I was working on the first one in Flying Saucer.
Now, you said you were in, and you were injured by the golf ball and the doctor told you it was like a gunshot wound. And then the doctor sent you home only prescribing you ibuprofen. Do you think, was the ibuprofen effective at eliminating your pain?
No, no me estaba ayudando.
No, it wasn't helping me.
Did you subsequently see any other doctors to try to get a stronger pain medication?
Traté de hablar con la ajustadora de la compañía, pero no me hicieron caso.
I tried to talk to the company's adjuster, but they wouldn't listen to me.
And so Mia, you remember Mia's testimony from 2 days ago. She testified here that you would physically hit her. Do you recall that?
Perdón, ¿me puedes repetir la pregunta?
Can you please repeat the question?
Sure. Mia testified 2 days ago that you would physically hit her.
Do
you recall that?
No.
No.
You don't remember Mia sitting up there saying that you physically hit her?
Sí, recuerdo, pero no le pegué.
Yes, I do remember, but I did not hit her.
Okay. But you would agree that an adult man hitting a young girl is an act of physical force, correct?
Sí,
Yes.
Would you also agree that an adult man physically hitting a young girl could cause that young girl to then fear that adult?
I'm sorry, two.
Could cause that young girl to fear the adult?
Eso estoy de acuerdo que si no le pego a la niña, o sea, que esa niña le tenga miedo a ese adulto. ¿Está de acuerdo? Yes.
And who was in charge of the discipline in the home?
La disciplina.
yo
I was,
y mi ex esposa también.
and also my ex-wife.
Did she ever hit Mia?
Oye, ¿alguna vez le pegó a mí?
¿Quién?
¿Tú?
Repita la pregunta.
Did your ex-wife ever hit Mia?
Ex-esposa, ¿alguna vez le pegó a mí?
En varias ocasiones, sí.
Yes, in several occasions.
And would you agree that a young girl having parents who are physically violent with her, that those physically violent parents have exerted some degree of control over that young girl?
Cierto control en las jovencitas.
Repite la pregunta, por favor.
Can you repeat the question, please?
When a young girl has two adult parents who are being physically violent to that young girl, that young girl is being controlled by those violent parents.
En mi caso no creo.
I don't think that was my case, no.
But just in general.
En general.
No te puedo decir porque yo nomás he tenido una familia.
I cannot tell you because I only had one family.
En mi caso no te puedo decir.
I cannot say that in my case.
But you were able to answer all those other hypothetical questions, even though they didn't apply to your family, or did they?
Sí, sí, me estás preguntando de mi hija, nosotros, sí le dábamos una nalgada o algo en el tiempo cuando yo estuve lesionado.
Yes, if you're asking about my daughter, if we would, you know, give her or hit her in her button.
En el tiempo que yo estuve lastimado, créeme que te soy sincero, casi no. De hecho, ella hasta a mí me decía que le pegara, que habían como 100 veces que le pegué.
But I'm going to be honest with you, during the time that I was injured, no. As a matter of fact, de hecho, que
me decía que habían como 100 veces que le decía que le pegaba y que le decía que le iba a pegar y no le pegaba.
She will tell me that the interviewer would like to request clarification, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ella le decía a quién.
Mía me decía que yo siempre la amenazaba que le iba a pegar.
Mia will tell me that I always threatened her that I was going to hit her.
Cuando ella tenía 12 años, estábamos en el apartment Sierra Real
When she was around 12, we were living at Sierra Real.
y no podía por mi discapacidad. Cuando yo me tenía que levantar, ella corría y se metía al cuarto.
And I
Se
couldn't
encerraba.
because of my discapacity. When I tried to get up, she would run to her room and lock herself in her room.
So can I ask any question? Just to clarify, at first you said you didn't ever hit her, and then just now, after several more questions, you are admitting that you did hit your daughter.
No, la pregunta que usted hizo es de que si mi ex esposa le pegaba.
No, the question that you did was if my ex-wife would hit her.
Y yo le contesté que sí le pegaba.
And my answer was that yes, she did hit her.
But then you said,
And-
hold on,
Espérese.
then you said, to be honest with you, it stopped while I was injured because I wasn't strong enough to do it. I didn't have the physical capacity. So you were just admitting that your physical injury stopped the hitting. Why would your physical injury have stopped the hitting if it was just her doing the hitting?
Pero eso no tiene que decir que yo estaba lastimado. Antes de que yo me lastimara, yo a mi hija no siempre le pegaba.
That doesn't mean that before I was injured, I will always hit my daughter.
I asked you if you did it at all. You said you did not do it at all. Do you want to change that answer?
O en cualquier momento. Usted dijo que no, o quiere cambiar esa respuesta.
No, no es que usted malinterpretó la pregunta.
No, you did not understand the question.
Okay, so you talked about how your daughter overheard you saying, arguing with your wife, your ex-wife, about wanting the divorce, and how you were going to take Sebastian with you. This was before the outcry. So if you were already sort of moving towards a divorce where you were only interested in taking Sebastian, the person who the defense theory is, the reason why she made these allegations because she wanted to get away from him. If the plan was already to take him away, does it make sense that she would make an allegation which would ensure that Sebastian would go to her mother and not you?
Calls for speculation, Judge. Objection.
Sustained.
If it is your theory that Maria or that Mia made these allegations just to get away from Sebastian because she wanted to be an only child, did that strategy work?
I'm gonna object to objection by speculation. Calls for speculation.
Any other objection?
Assume facts not in evidence.
All right, that'll be overruled.
Did her strategy work to get rid of Sebastian?
La estrategia que usó mi hija para deshacerse de Sebastián, esa no te entiendo lo que me estás diciendo.
The strategy that my daughter used to get rid of Sebastian, I don't know what you're saying. I don't understand what you're saying.
Have you been listening to your counsel's explanation for why the false allegation was made?
Sí, es correcto.
Yes, that's right.
Right, so the claim is that from defense that she is making up a false allegation because she doesn't want Sebastian to be around. She wants it to be an only child. And in making that allegation, Sebastian is now with mom and will stay with mom. So was she successful?
Pues yo lo veo de otra manera.
I'll see it in a different way.
Okay, no further questions.
All right, any questions, defense?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm gonna start with the last question from opposing counsel. What was the effect of Mia raising those allegations against you?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overrule.
¿Cuándo fue las?
Let me repeat the question. What was the effect
I'm sorry?
What was the effect
¿Cuál fue el efecto?
of Maria or Mia raising those allegations against you? What was the effect on the family and you and everybody else of those allegations?
Bastante.
Very
fue un
much so.
impacto.
¿Mm?
Fue un impacto muy grande.
It was a very big impact.
Did the family remain together after those allegations were made?
No,
No.
Did, after the allegations were made, did you remain in possession of the apartment that you used to live in?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
¿puedes repetir la pregunta?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Did you remain in possession, living at the apartment that you were living in prior to September 23rd, 2018?
No,
No.
Did those allegations remove the disciplinarian of the house or in the apartment out of that apartment?
es posible.
It's possible.
Did you understand the question? Let me rephrase it. You have testified that you were the disciplinarian in the house. Is that right?
Sí, es correcto.
Yes, that's right.
When Mia raised those allegations, did those allegations cause you removal from that apartment?
Es correcto.
That's right.
Did those allegations also were used against you in your divorce proceedings?
Objection, not relevant. As defense has said, this is not a divorce proceeding.
Sustained.
Were you able to fight for custody of your son after the allegations were made?
Objection, not relevant.
Sustained.
Did you obtain a divorce from your wife?
Sí, años después.
Yes, years later.
Do you have custody of your son?
No,
No.
Now, there was a question, did you ever hit Mia the same way that she was hit by her mom?
yo lo que sé es cuando yo llegaba del trabajo,
What I know is that when I would come home from work,
Camila llegaba y decía que su mamá la había pegado con un gancho,
Camila would come
un gancho de ropa.
and come and say that her mom had hit her with a hanger, with a clothes hanger.
o-
Objected, hearsay there.
All right, that's overruled. Can I have parties approach?
Record, Judge? No. No.
All right, you can ask your next question.
And that was my last question, Your Pasowitz.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. All right, and to the interpreter, I'll give you a chance to situate yourself.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, defense, call your next witness.
We rest, Your Honor.
All right, state.
The state rests and will close.
All right, defense, do you close?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're going to do because I know that you have your appointment. Let me have you all step in the back for one moment. Let me talk to both parties and then I'll bring you back in and we'll see where we are. All right, everyone, please rise.
I gotta take one page back.
All right, everyone, please be seated and we're not on the record.
This is one page is wrong.
All right, so I know I gave out the jury charge, potential jury charge. Have you all had any chance to review that?
Yes, Your Honor. I did review it. And I don't believe we have any, I haven't really talked to Mr. Real in detail, but the only thing would be, he testified, so that one page about him not testifying, I guess. Other than that, I think it's all right.
All right, so then here is my second question is, as you all know, one of the jurors has a recital and she needs to be out of here by 5:30. So we can do one or two things. One, we can go ahead and I read the charge. You all can do your closing arguments. If we do that, then she may need to leave. Is anyone going to ask that they be sequestered?
No.
No.
All right. So are you okay? Then I'll read the charge to them. And you all can give your closing. How much are you all asking for closing?
20 minutes. Yeah, probably 30 minutes.
I think 30.
30 minutes.
I don't
I'll
think that
give
can,
each, yeah, I'll give each side 20 minutes.
20 minutes, yeah. That's what I said.
Thank
To
you,
my
Mr.
counsel.
Okay, all right. Then let's bring the jury back in, but you all are in agreement that they will be allowed to leave by 5:30.
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, are we gonna do the second phase if
No, if the verdict were requiring a second phase, we would come back on Monday for that.
That's fine.
okay.
Okay. Yes. Does anyone have an extra copy for her for the jury charge? I can print one. I'll print one out for you. Oh, I can't print one out because my, it's down. Do you all have an extra copy of the jury charge that perhaps you have not written on?
I have one.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to go on the record. Have both parties had a chance to review the charge of court, state,
Yes, Your Honor.
defense?
Yes,
Yes,
Your
Your
Honor.
Any objection, state?
No objections, Your Honor.
Any objection to the defense?
I'm
Oh, we're on the record. Hi, we're on the record. That's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Have both parties had a chance to review the charge of court, state,
Yes, Your Honor.
defense?
Yes. I think there's a page where it says that he had not testified.
Yes, that will be removed.
Yeah, and other than that, no. objection.
And in its place, any objection to putting the part in there about the interpreter? That the interpretation is the interpretation that is from the interpreter. And no one is allowed to put in their meaning. Any objection to that?
No objection, Judge.
No,
All right, Deputy Lord, do you have my internet or something is down with my email? Can you have Barbara Paulison, tell them in the back to have Barbara Paulison send the part related to interpretation
Yes.
to the clerk in the back?
Do you need the jury now or?
Yes, let's go ahead and bring them in.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, State, do you rest and close?
Yes, Your Honor, state rests and closes.
Defense, do you rest and close?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have received all of the evidence that you are going to receive in this case. I'm going to read to you what's entitled charge of court. And you don't have to memorize this document because it will be sent back with you when you begin your deliberations. All right, charge of court. The defendant Juan Garcia Sanchez stands charged in count 1 of the indictment with the offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child alleged to have been committed on or about the first day of February 2017 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Juan Garcia Sanchez, stands charged in count 2 of the indictment with the offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child alleged to have been committed on or about the first day of June 2017 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Juan Garcia Sanchez, stands charged in count 3 of the indictment with the offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child alleged to have been committed on or about the first day of September 2017 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Juan Garcia Sanchez, stands charged in count 4 of the indictment with the offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child alleged to have been committed on or about the first day of May 2018 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant, Juan Garcia Sanchez, stands charged in count 5 of the indictment with the offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child alleged to have been committed on or about the first day of August 2018 in Bexar County, Texas. To all of these offenses, the defendant has pleaded not guilty. 1, our law provides that a person commits the offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child if the person, regardless of whether the person knows the age of the child at the time of the offense, intentionally or knowingly causes the penetration of the anus of a child by any means, and the child victim is younger than 14 years of age at the time of the offense. 2, child is defined as a person younger than 17 years of age. 3, a person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to the nature of his conduct or to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to engage in the conduct or cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to the nature of his conduct or to circumstances surrounding his conduct when he is aware of the nature of his conduct or that the circumstances exist. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. 4, our law provides that the time of the offense alleged in the indictment must be some date anterior to the presentment of the indictment and not so remote that the prosecution of the offense is barred by limitation. The phrase on or about means that the state is not required to prove that the alleged offense happened on that exact date. There is no limitation period for the offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child. Therefore, it is sufficient if the state provides that the offense alleged in the indictment was committed sometime before June 6, 2019, which is the date the indictment was filed. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the first day of February 2017 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Juan Garcia Sanchez, did intentionally or knowingly cause the penetration of the anus of Mia Escalante, a child who was younger than 14 years, by Juan Garcia's sexual organ, then you will find the defendant, Juan Garcia Sanchez, guilty of the offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child as charged in count 1 of the indictment. If you do not so find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant not guilty of count 1. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the first day of June 2017 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Juan Garcia Sanchez, did intentionally or knowingly cause the penetration of the anus of Mia Escalante, a child who was younger than 14 years, by Juan Garcia Sanchez's sexual organ, then you will find the defendant, Juan Garcia Sanchez, guilty of the offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child as charged in count 2 of the indictment. If you do not so find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant not guilty of count 2. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the first day of September 2017 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Juan Garcia Sanchez, did intentionally or knowingly cause the penetration of the anus of Mia Escalante, a child who was younger than 14 years, by Juan Garcia Sanchez's sexual organ, then you will find the defendant, Juan Garcia Sanchez, guilty of the offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child as charged in count 3 of the indictment. If you do not so find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant not guilty of count 3. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the first day of May 2018 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Juan Garcia Sanchez, did intentionally or knowingly cause the penetration of the anus of Mia Escalante, a child who was younger than 14 years, by Juan Garcia Sanchez's sexual organ, then you will find the defendant, Juan Garcia Sanchez, guilty of the offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child as charged in count 4 of the indictment. If you do not so find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant not guilty of count 4. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the first day of August 2018 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Juan Garcia Sanchez, did intentionally or knowingly cause the penetration of the anus of Mia Escalante, a child who was younger than 14 years, by Juan Garcia Sanchez's sexual organ, then you will find the defendant, Juan Garcia Sanchez, guilty of the offense of aggravated sexual assault of a child as charged in count 5 of the indictment. If you do not so find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant not guilty of count 5. You're instructed that your verdict on each count must be unanimous, which means that all 12 of you must agree on the verdict in each count. You have heard testimony in more than one alleged instance that could constitute an offense committed by the defendant against the complainant, if any, that is alleged in each count. You're instructed that your verdict on each count must be unanimous about which specific instance, if any, constituted the commission of the offense that is alleged in each of the individual counts. Evidence of any other alleged acts of misconduct by the defendant against the complainant in this case is not to be considered unless you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that those acts, if any, were committed. With regard to such acts of misconduct, if any, you're instructed that said evidence was admitted, if it was, only for the purpose of showing the state of mind of the defendant and the complainant in the previous and subsequent relationship between the defendant and the complainant, if it does, and for no other purpose. You're instructed that you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone or receive any information from anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media such as telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat room, blog, or website to include but not limited to Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, Google, or Twitter to communicate with anyone, any information, or receive any information from anyone about this case, or to conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict. Written statements made by a witness to investigators or other officers, or police reports made by officers and tendered by the prosecution to the defense for purposes of cross-examination are not part of the evidence unless introduced in evidence. Many times, statements and reports may be marked with an exhibit number, but are neither offered nor received in evidence. I can only send statements and reports received in evidence to the jury room. You are instructed that the statements of counsel made during the course of the trial or during the argument, if not supported by evidence, or statements of law made by counsel, if not in harmony with the law, as stated to you by the court in these instructions, are wholly disregarded. You must disregard any comment or statement made by the court during the trial or in these instructions, which may seem to indicate an opinion with respect to any fact, item of evidence, or verdict to be reached in this case. No such indication is intended. You are instructed that the grand jury indictment is not evidence of guilt. It is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon whether this defendant is guilty or not guilty. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected to this case, which is not shown by the evidence. You are instructed that you are not to let bias, prejudice, or sympathy play any part in reaching a verdict in this case. After argument of counsel, you will retire to the jury room, select your own presiding juror, and proceed with your deliberations. After you have reached a unanimous verdict on each count, the presiding juror will certify thereto by filling in the appropriate forms attached to this charge and signing his or her name as presiding juror. To ensure that the jury, the court, and the parties are all receiving the same testimony, whenever a party or a witness does not speak English, the services of an interpreter are employed. You are instructed that you, as the juror, are to base your deliberations on the questions as they came from the attorneys in the English language and the responses from the witness as they came from the interpreter in the English language. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to the testimony, but you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is hearing given to you, and be governed by that law. In order to return a verdict, each juror must. Thank you. In order to return a verdict, each juror must agree to that verdict, but jurors have a duty to consult each other and to deliberate with a view to reaching unanimous agreement if that can be done without violence to individual judgment. Each juror must decide the case for himself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with his fellow jurors. In the course of deliberations, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine his own views and change his opinion if convinced it is erroneous. However, no juror should surrender his honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of his fellow jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, or indicted for or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in this case. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt after considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict not guilty. Suitable forms for your verdicts are attached to the charge for your convenience if you care to use them, but they are not intended to suggest to you in any way what your verdict on each count should be, and you may or may not, as you see fit, make use of them. At any rate, your verdict on each count must be in writing and signed by your presiding juror. Your only duty at this time is to determine whether the defendant is guilty under the indictment in this cause, and you must restrict your deliberations to the issue of whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty and nothing else. After you have retired to the jury room, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the officer who has you in charge. Do not attempt to talk to the officer or anyone else concerning any question you may have. Instead, address your question to the court in writing. If you want to communicate with the court, notify the bailiff. Any and all communication relative to the case must be written, prepared by the presiding juror, and submitted to the court through the bailiff. Respectfully submitted, Judge Stephanie Boyd, 187th District Court. Suitable forms are attached. State, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Just 1 second, Your Honor.
All right, so we're starting now,
Yes, Your Honor.
and the court is starting your time. You have 20 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You sat through 3 days of testimony regarding the case against Juan Antonio Garcia Sanchez. My name is Ruben Herrera. I'm here and I'm going to explain to you a little bit of the law that the judge has just discussed with you before you go back and take all the evidence that was presented to you and take it back for deliberations. So beginning with jury deliberations, when you go back to the jury room, you're all going to elect one juror to act as the foreman of the group and who will be presenting the final decision, final verdict of the jury to the judge once you come to that unanimous decision. When you go back, you'll be able to take all admitted evidence with you. That includes any testimony from any witnesses, any documents that were presented. The only thing you wouldn't be able to take back with you are any police reports that were written during the investigation, and also includes any documents that may have been marked as an exhibit but was not entered into evidence. But you will be able to take anything else back with you to discuss and to discuss during your deliberations with all of the jurors. Now, speaking of the crime that, or of the offense that the defendant Juan Antonio Garcia Sanchez is charged with, is aggravated sexual assault of a child. Now, the elements that is the duty of the district attorney's office to meet beyond a reasonable doubt in order to prove him guilty are that in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant, Juan Garcia Sanchez, on or about February 1st, 2017, or June 1st, 2017, or September 1st, 2017, or May 1st, 2018, or August 1st, 2018, did intentionally or knowingly cause the penetration of the anus of Mia Escalante by any means. And Mia Escalante was a child younger than 14 years of age at the time. Now, the reason that those dates are up there and there's or dates are for the 5 counts of aggravated sexual assault of a child that the defendant is charged with. Now, you can come to a conclusion on any of those dates as long as all of the elements are met beyond a reasonable doubt, and you all come to a unanimous conclusion, unanimous verdict as to each of those dates. But again, all of those elements must be met beyond a reasonable doubt in order for the state to have met its burden. Now, to discuss a little bit of the language in the charging instrument, on or about. So on or about the dates that I previously referred to, February 1st, 2017, June 1st, 2017, September 1st, 2017, May 1st, 2018, and August 1st, 2018. Now, you're not required to find that the offense occurred, or the state is not required to prove to you that the offense occurred on an exact date. We're only required to prove to you that the offenses occurred on a date prior to indictment of the offense. In cases like this, as you've probably seen throughout the testimony, it's difficult for victims to remember exactly when an offense occurred, especially as is in this case, when there's a delayed outcry or when there's children. And in those cases, when a child or somebody who the offense occurred against happened years ago, it would be impossible for the state to bring any of those offenses and any of those charges to jurors like yourselves, because we don't have that ability to prove what exact date that occurred on. Now, for the state, though, however, like I said, we just have to prove that the date of the offense occurred sometime prior to the indictment of the case. Now, we've already proven that element because the date of indictment of this case was June 6, 2019. So we just have to prove to you that, or allege to you that those offenses occurred to any date prior to June 6 of 2019. In other cases, we are able to prove to you, or we are able to show you that these offenses occurred prior to the statute of limitations running. However, in the state of Texas, there is no statute of limitations on an aggravated sexual assault of a child. Thus, that requirement does not apply in this case. All we have to show you is that those offenses occurred sometime prior to June 6th of 2016. Now, again, bringing up all these elements that the state is required to prove, and whether or not the offense occurred in Bexar County, Texas, is not at issue in this case here. Nobody is denying that the allegations occurred outside of Bexar County. The defendant even admitted that he's been in Bexar County. They've never lived outside of Bexar County. So we've already proven element number 1. The defendant is JUAN Garcia Sanchez. He's been identified by the victim, by officers, and by the victim, or by the complainant's mother. So we've already met that as well. Again, these dates, we've shown to you that they've occurred prior to 2019. Mia came on the stand and alleged that these offenses occurred at some time when they lived in their original house in 2017, at some point to 2018, and then moved into their new apartments in 2018. So it would be the state's argument that we've shown you that these offenses occurred at some point during when these dates occurred. We would argue with you that we would argue to you that the defendant in these offenses alleged did intentionally or knowingly cause the penetration of the anus of Mia Escalante. You heard testimony from Mia that when the defendant was doing this to her, he was holding her down, and she identified him inserting his penis into her anus, knowing that action was going to cause, that he was doing that intentionally or knowingly. It wasn't an accident. He knew what he was doing to Mia when the alleged offenses occurred. And we submit to you that we've also met that element and proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. By any means is one of the elements of the offense. Mia, we've alleged through testimony that the defendant inserted his penis into Mia's anus. She's testified to that fact. We've had multiple witnesses testify and corroborate Mia's story that it was the anus. No, she never changed her story. She never deviated from the idea that it was his penis that he inserted into her anus. It was never an allegation of a finger or any other kind of foreign object. That part of her story has rang true and has been stuck to through every person that she's told that story to. She told it to her mother. She told it to Juanita Mares, who was her counselor. And she also told that to Dr. Kassoon, who was the doctor who was present during the sexual assault examination. So the state would submit to you that we've proven, not just by any means, but that it was his penis that he entered. But again, the state is only required to prove to you, to meet that element, that Mia's anus was penetrated by the defendant by any means. And finally, the state would be required to prove that Mia Escalante was younger than 14 years old. Again, that element is not an issue. Mia testified that she was between the ages of 10 and 11 when the incidences of sexual assault occurred. The defendant knew her age. The defendant never denied that she was older, that she was younger, or anything like that. But we have proven to you that that Mia was under the age of 14 at the time that these offenses occurred. Because the state has met all of these elements and proven them to you beyond a reasonable doubt, you would be required to return a verdict of guilty. Now, one last thing before we let you go. Again, I know you discussed this with Ms. Mitchell on Tuesday, but we want to show you what beyond a reasonable doubt is. Beyond a reasonable doubt, there's no definition of beyond a reasonable doubt in the state of Texas. However, it's not a requirement for the state to prove these elements to you beyond all doubt. Again, we just have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So we ask that you use your reason, your common sense, your previous experiences in analyzing all the testimony that's been provided to you over the last 3 days and determining whether or not those elements have been proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you feel that there may be an alternative theory or an alternate explanation as to what occurred, you have to think to yourself, is it reasonable to believe all of that, given all the testimony that I've heard, everything that's been presented to me? Even if I might think something else happened, isn't it reasonable to fit that piece of the puzzle in the entire puzzle that's been presented to us? I know you didn't get to see this illustration on Tuesday, but when you take a look at this picture, it's clearly a gun. If somebody were to ask you what this is, it's clearly a gun. There could be just a big purple puzzle piece, as Ms. Mitchell described to you, and make it some kind of contemporary art piece. But when you look at this, is it reasonable to think that this is anything other than a puzzle of a gun? That's what we're asking you to analyze. That's what we're asking you to ask yourself. Is any alternative theory that's been provided by the defense, does any of that fit into the puzzle piece into the puzzle of all the testimony that's been provided to you over the last 3 days? And in doing so, we'd ask you to assess the credibility of all the witnesses that you've seen by analyzing their demeanor, what motives they might have in bringing these allegations or in denying any of the allegations. We ask you to think about what they said on the stand, how consistent they were in their statements previously and while they were on the stand, taking into account things like their point of view, their perception, and the time frame in which all of their statements were made, as well as the amount of time that elapsed between when the statements were made and when the actions occurred. And finally, we just ask you to use your common sense in analyzing all the statements and all the testimony that's been provided to you and all the evidence that's been provided, and asking yourselves whether or not these offenses occurred. And again, we've gone through the elements, and it's the state's position that we've proven them to you all beyond a reasonable doubt. When you're back there in the deliberation room and analyzing all the evidence presented, we would ask you to come back with a verdict of guilty.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brian Kimbrough. I'm going to talk to you for a few minutes, and I think Mr. Leal will then talk to you a little bit longer. I just wanted to emphasize a few principles as you go into your deliberations, because they're extremely important. I think we all agree that this kind of case is a very, very serious case. It's probably the hardest case for a jury because you have to be dispassionate. You have to put all of your emotions and the feelings that you bring to this case like this out and just deal with the evidence. Now, as I think you recall the juror during voir dire that got a little upset and was making some statements that were a little out of there, on the edge. None of you are like him. I mean, I am totally confident that all of you are dispassionate and are going to look at the evidence in a careful, meticulous way to come to a good and just verdict. Now, there are three principles that you have to keep in mind that are really important. Number one is, we've talked about it, you've heard it, it's in the jury charge, but I just want to emphasize it. Presumption of innocence. That means that Mr. Garcia Sanchez is innocent until, and only until, you decide that there is sufficient evidence to find him guilty. You are the ones that are going to have to deal with that. So he's presumed innocent. The only person or only force that has to present evidence is the state, and that's what they call the burden of proof. The burden is on the state. They have to present evidence to you, and then you examine the evidence. And then the third principle is the proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, that's the amount of proof that they have to present. And again, this is kind of an ambiguous statement, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. If there is an alternative explanation, something that you can devise from the evidence that you cannot eliminate from the evidence that is reasonable, that means that there is a reasonable doubt. That's my feeling. Now, of course, you come to your own conclusions, but that is an approach that I would urge on you. Is there another explanation that is reasonable? We don't have to prove another explanation, but if the evidence points to another possible explanation, that's a reasonable doubt, because it has to be excluded. Not all doubt, but a reasonable doubt. Now, in this case, you've heard the evidence, and you've heard also from Mr. Garcia Sanchez, who testified. He didn't need to do that. Okay, he did not have to present any evidence. We were under no burden to present any evidence, but he chose to testify and tell his story and tell you what happened. But again, I want you to focus on the evidence that was presented by the state. It's the state's burden. The state's burden to uphold what they believe is the truth. Now, I believe they have not met their burden. They have not met their burden, and there are, I would say, three main areas that are a problem. Number one, the difficulty in their case begins with the lack of any physical evidence. There is no physical evidence, and they admit that. They brought in the doctor who testified essentially that was no physical evidence. Now, their position is, well, that's evidence that proves that it had, or that's to be expected, and therefore it's consistent with what happened. But in fact, it's not evidence. It's a lack of evidence. And she testified, if you recall, that Mia had no sleep disturbances, no school problems, no fear, no anger, no sexualized behavior, no depressive symptoms, no regressive symptoms, no suicidal thoughts, no PTSD, no physical trauma, nothing. And of course, their argument is, well, that's just normal. But I would ask you to use your common sense. Is it normal that there would be no evidence at all in this case, other than her word, no physical, no psychological, nothing? I don't think that's common sense. I don't think that excludes or that creates proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Secondly, you have to look at Mia's testimony and her story. As you recall, she spoke to various people, and some people, the same people like the officer at the beginning, at various times. And each time she spoke, her story would change and would become broader, et cetera, et cetera. Now, remember, Officer Feliciano was not trained as a forensic interviewer. He did not use proper technique. And when proper technique is not used, stories can change. Stories do change. It corrupts the viability and the truth and the availability and the truth of the statements that are made. It corrupts it. It affects it. And this is something that that affects the testimony in this case. Her story changed and her memory changed. She could not recall things that had happened when Mr. Leal questioned her. Things that had happened afterwards, testimony, interviews. She couldn't recall those things. And yet and she couldn't recall what happened earlier and then to her initial outcry. And then she would add more memories as she went, as she spoke to more people. This is the problem with these kind of cases, because you're relying on the testimony of a child and the child's testimony changes. And you have to make a decision based on that changing testimony. And it's a decision that can affect the life of someone who's accused in a very profound way. So I ask you to look at that very carefully. And I think you'll find that it does not support a verdict of guilty. Thirdly, there was the family context. There was a family context in this case. This came up in the middle of a divorce situation. In fact, the outcry, as they say, came when the mother actually stopped the policeman to engage in talking about a divorce. And we know from Maria, who testified, that there was a great deal of problem between Mia and her father. And this had been going on for years, really since the birth of Sebastian. And this has been continuing with discipline problems, rebellion problems, things like that. All of this explains the context of why this kind of an allegation would be raised. And I want you to take that into consideration. I believe if you look at this from all of these points of view, you will come to a conclusion that the state has not met its burden. And I would ask you to come back with a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
All right, state, you have 8 minutes.
You gonna do something? I think he was gonna.
Is defense has,
Are you gonna reserve or what?
I'm sorry, are you,
I think we have some more time now.
all right, thank you. Then defense, I didn't know if you were going to,
No, Judge, that he was gonna reserve his time for later.
okay, all right, defense, you have 12 minutes and 27 seconds.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You heard all the evidence. It is he said, she said. Unfortunately, this is in the context of a family setting. Daughter, you heard what she said, the allegations that were made. It is without doubt that this was going on, like my co-counsel mentioned, in the middle of a divorce proceeding. This family was in turmoil. She had done, and I'm talking about the mom, had already stopped another police officer to ask them about how to go about getting divorced. Okay, this was like the second time that she had seen a police officer and decided to ask him, to stop him and ask him those questions concerning what are my rights under the lease. She was concerned about her apartment. His name was on the lease, and she did not know how to go about it. Now, why? Because she wanted to evict him. She wanted to throw him out after a discussion that they had, okay? And the complainant, the daughter, was listening to all of this, okay? And she decided they were gonna separate, gonna get a divorce. Mom is having problems getting rid of my father, get him out of the house, get him out of our lives. And that's when she decided to act. Okay, that's when she decided to say, I'm gonna help my mom and tell him, hey, this happened to me. That was her first outcry that she made to the mom. Okay. So therefore, in the span of a few seconds or a few minutes, while the officer was making a U-turn, she stops him again and says, oh, this is what happened. You know, kind of like trying to get another shot at, to get him out of the house, to get him out of the apartment, because remember, he never went back to the house because following the officer's orders, He says, okay, you don't want me here, I guess I leave. But the discussion was about whose name was on the list and why should he leave if that was his apartment as well. Okay, there were no allegations that he hit her that day or there was any, marital abuse of any kind or, at that moment. All right, so it is very evident that there was an agenda for my mom and daughter to take him out. Now, like my counsel said, the only evidence is her testimony. That's it. Nothing else whatsoever. Okay. You have as an investigator, this is similar to having a knife. Recovering the knife, her statement is the knife, and preserving the chain of custody of that knife, that statement throughout the proceedings. Throughout, she first told this person, then secondly, she told the same nurse or same doctor, sexual assault examiner, someone similar to the doctor that testified here. Then next, she told the next person, and that is preservation of the evidence. When you mishandle the evidence by asking, in this particular situation, questions by someone who has not been trained, someone who even lost, very appropriately, in my opinion, the videos. There were no videos given to us of the initial questioning. So there was something to hide here. Okay. There was Officer Feliciano. I asked him, what happened to your video? Were you wearing a body cam? Yes, I was. What happened to it? It was erased. And then Officer King also said, we're transferring from one system to another. So the story is that there is no videos of the initial questioning by someone that was on training for interviewing techniques of children. So we don't know what she initially said, whether that was different from what later said. We know that she was saying something different here when she, for the first time, and this is not in any of the reports, and I asked her about it, that something in Mexico happened. First time. None of the reports. Now, she first talked to
And I'm gonna
the
object to him.
to the
commenting on
officer.
Stuff not on the record.
That'll be overruled. Ladies and gentlemen, you will hear the evidence as you received it.
Then, thank you, George. The first to Officer Feliciano, then to a forensic investigator, then to the doctors who examined, no physical evidence whatsoever. Now, stop and think. My client is bigger than me. Okay. To what would an adult do to a child 11 and a half doing that sort of an act? It would leave some evidence. It would leave some evidence in her clothing. It would leave some evidence in the bedspreads. It would leave some evidence in the towels. It would leave some evidence in the wastebasket of the toilet. It would leave, there was no evidence of anything. Who would watch her clothes? She didn't want to do anything. She opposed, she rebelled against doing anything around the house. Okay. Who was the disciplinarian? He was. Okay. And so what did that accomplish? When she outcried, he got rid of him. Okay. That was the reason she wanted to get rid of him, be free of him, and she was able to do that. This is a very intelligent girl, let me tell you, very intelligent. And in my own opinion, she knew, because nowadays they are told in school at very early age issues of bad touch and good touch and that sort of thing. When we were growing up, most of us, or some of us, like me, we never told that. We didn't know what was going on, you know. So then it is unquestionable that she resented discipline and resented to be told what to do. Also, there was no evidence of trauma of any kind. Now, just ask yourselves, if there is no evidence of trauma and everything was normal, why would the state bring someone to just say that? Okay, why? Why do we need an expert, right, to tell us what she was normal? But they want you to believe that she's a trained doctor and no evidence is in fact the evidence. You see that how illogical that is? Okay, I mean, this is not something that makes sense. Now, now concerning my client's physical body, he had been injured. He had been in pain for a long time. He couldn't lift things. He couldn't barely, help on the move to the new apartment and all of that. He wasn't able to do. I asked the mom whether or not they had been intimate. Their level of intimacy changed from before the accident and after. And her answer was yes, it did. I mean, he couldn't perform basically. So he couldn't do physically do what he's alleged to have been done. It was physically impossible for him because of the pain. He couldn't bend. He couldn't do anything. Now the back, those. I mean, it is logical to think that the back is kind of like the basis of everything. It supports the entire body. If your back hurts, your whole body hurts. Okay, so my client couldn't perform or do the act that they say he did at all. So the normal examination that even the doctors had done with a microscope, looking at the complainant's private parts, couldn't find no tears, no bruises, and no pain, nothing that connected anything concerning the allegation. So my client, is not guilty of doing this. My client did not do what the allegation said. It was not possible. When I was asking this young lady questions, even when I presented her with a letter of praising her father in 2018, just before this incident, where she says that this has been going on since she was 10, over a year or so, she claimed that she didn't even recognize her own signature. Okay, she denied it. She did not remember it. She did not know. But to my questions, but to the questions of the state, she had no trouble remembering everything, saying everything, no problem. She had a wonderful memory and all of that, okay? So also, it is the job of the doctor who testified to help the state get a conviction.
Object to misrepresenting the facts that were presented from the jury.
Remember, I asked.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, you remember the evidence as you received it. Counsel, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Your Honor. Remember the questions that I asked. She gets all her money from helping the state examine children. If she annoys or goes against the state in these cases, guess what? Her funding is going to be cut off. Her level income is going to go down. That's all she does. She not only testifies, she examines, she conducts lectures, all related to sexual abuse. Everything is
Time,
related to that.
counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the end of this, I will ask that.
And I'm gonna object to defense continuing to argue when you've told him his time is up.
So yours.
States you have 8 minutes.
Thank you, everybody, for your time and attention. I know this was a bit tedious. I assure you the reason that we're putting these things on the record is for right now, so we can talk about them in our closing arguments. I can connect all the dots on what we were talking about. First, I want to go over some of defense's points as they were closing. First, they brought up that their client testified. He did. He's not required to, and he also doesn't get any extra credit for testifying. If you don't think what he said on the stand was true, you can just discount everything he said. If you think there were some things true, some things not true, you can pick and choose what you think were credible statements from him and what weren't. Furthermore, they wanted to talk about the lack of physical evidence in the exam. You heard from the doctor who is an expert on these matters, was qualified as an expert. That's normal, even in cases in exams that happen closer in time to the alleged assault. So the state never claimed that that was evidence that the assault occurred. The state claimed that it's the lack of evidence doesn't mean the assault didn't occur. And that's what we talked about in voir dire. I think everyone pretty much understood that, so I will move on. They said that each time she spoke, her story became broader. For instance, when she spoke to one person about it, spoke to another person about it, the story kept getting broader. But let's recall that she went to the counselor right before she made her outcry, and her counselor told us that as they continued their session, she was able to open up and say more about what happened. So it's completely understandable that she opened up more as time went on. They said she couldn't recall things in the interview about the interview and the exams. Well, I don't know if you remember when Maria was up there, the mom, she really couldn't remember the exams either. It was a long time ago. It makes sense that Neil would remember the traumatic parts, the parts where she was violated, and less about the mundane exams, sitting in a room, talking to doctors, nurses, etc. They mentioned the family problems that had been going on since the birth of Sebastian, defense did. Well, but don't you remember, even the defendant said it wasn't the birth of Sebastian that started the family problems. And even mom said, right when Sebastian was born, she was happy. It was a while down the road. I think the defendant said 2.5 to 3 years. So they couldn't even get that straight, but they're making the argument that that's how it was the whole time. That's simply not the case. They called this a he said, she said situation. And I would submit to you that to the extent that it is, she was the more credible witness. Her story was more credible. His was not. His was very self-serving. And then they brought up the lost video. I mean, things get lost. I apologize. I wish we had that video. I wish we could have shown you that video. I think it would have made a big impact. I, for one, don't think that the lost video helps us. But at the same time, they said that there's something to hide. The video just got lost. Now, I want to point out that you have enough evidence to vote guilty. You heard from Mia. You remember what Mia said about the abuse. Mia was articulate. She, showed some genuine emotion. She told you that her father would hold her down and penetrate her anus with his penis. That's what she told you. She really had no motivation to lie, and I'll address their claim, the whole backstory later. She said that it happened many times, and she recalled that her father told her that it happened when she was 5 years old, that he'd been doing it since it was 5 years old. And you also heard from mom. What did mom say? Spence tried to put her on the spot. Is she trustworthy? Yes. Mom says, yes, she's trustworthy. Mom played both sides a little bit. I don't think mom was always as forthcoming as maybe she should have been, but she corroborated a key piece of evidence. And that was the bed. She said on the stand that the bed was delivered as soon as we signed the lease. That would put the bed in the apartment the way that Mia described it. Remember when she said we were moving into the apartment, the bed was already there. He put me on the bed. It was different from the previous apartment. Remember, she told you the previous apartment, when he would rape her, she'd look to the side and she'd have to look out a window and there'd be a parking lot out there, but it was the second floor, so nobody could see. Well, this time she says it was in a different bedroom. There was no window this time. All I could see was the door frame. She's giving you details of the rooms, of the places where this happened. She isn't just making it up and throwing it out there. And these are the types of details that stay consistent. He also said, and I asked her, because remember, Nia said that he used to hit her. She said her mom hit her once. I asked the defendant on the stand, did you ever hit her? First, he tried to deny hitting her. And he was like, oh yeah, I do it, but then, you know, when I get hurt, it kind of stopped. But that was only because I couldn't chase her. She'd run away. She'd run away? What was she running from? He's trying to paint himself as someone who didn't do these things, who didn't even hit her, but she's afraid of him. And he admits it. He's telling us that she's afraid and she's running away. Now you heard from Dr. Kassoon, a real doctor, I might add. The defense just said, well, the state's trying to make you think she's a credentialed doctor. She's a real doctor. And you know what? If she were to go up there and say something that I didn't like, I have no authority to fire her. Nobody in this office has the authority to fire her. She works for the hospital. She works in a grant-funded position. We have no control over that. That was complete misrepresentation by the defense. The idea that we could fire Dr. Kassoon if she didn't say something that made us happy. And there's some other things. I call them defense distractions. So they said she only wanted to be an only child. Lots of kids want that. It's not uncommon for a kid to want to be an only child. They don't just make allegations of sexual abuse just because of that. It doesn't make sense. It's not a reasonable conclusion that this can all just be explained away by her just wishing she was an only child. Furthermore, they say that he was too weak and injured to commit the crime. Well, that would have been just for a very short time. You remember he said he was given painkillers, eventually went back to work. And at the time when he's alleged to have done it when they were moving, he was back at work because he says he bought the beds. Where did he get the money for that? He said he was working. So surely if he's able to go up and work in a kitchen, washing dishes, doing the labor of a kitchen, he can do what he was alleged to doing to a 12-year-old girl. He can overpower a 12-year-old girl. He's a full-grown man. It may have been painful for him, but if that's what he wanted to do, he absolutely could do it. The idea that it was an impossibility doesn't make sense. It's not reasonable. These are not reasonable doubts that they're giving you. They said she was jealous of Sebastian. Why? Because she wanted more toys and she wanted to do less chores. Well, name me one kid in the world who doesn't want more toys and less chores. When I was a kid, that was my want too. That doesn't mean she made an allegation of sexual abuse just because she wanted more toys. They said that she was mad that dad was the disciplinarian. But remember when dad was on the stand, he was trying to make it seem like mom was the one always hitting. Mom, I didn't hit her the way that Maria hit her. Is dad the disciplinarian or is mom? They can't even really get that straight.
10 seconds.
And so with regard to the story about Sebastian, they
Time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard all the evidence that you are going to hear at this point in time. So I'm going to have Ms. Castillo and Mr. Austin, if you'll stay behind, and everyone else, if you'll join the deputy in the back. We're off the air.